Well, good morning, everyone. Joining us this morning for the latest updates, we have some members of the Republican Governance Group, one of our most active caucuses on the Republican side. These are folks among our friends and colleagues, the most productive, most dedicated, most effective members because they are people who work every day on solutions for the greatest challenges facing our country. And Carlos Jimenez is with us, and Blake Moore, and Julie Fedorchik, and Gabe Evans. Beth Van Dyne may be joining us. I think she had a flight delay. But they've been out in their districts working very hard to help their constituents navigate through the chaos that's been created by the Democrat shutdown. And if you're keeping count, this is day 37. 37. It seems unbelievable to us that we've gone this long. It is officially and shamefully the longest shutdown in U.S. history. Republicans feel very helpless about the situation because, as we've noted, there is really nothing for us to negotiate. We sent them a clean CR, as you know, back in September 19th. We passed it out of the House. It feels like a lifetime ago. But that was a nonpartisan measure. It was 24 pages in length. It has no Republican priorities on it at all. It was merely the status quo to keep the lights on so that the members of Congress and the Republican and Democrat Party could work together to finish the government funding appropriations process. And the Democrats tried to turn that into a game. Now, we're gonna give you the latest updates on that and where we think this is headed. But I just first want to address in a bit more detail the current state of our politics. It has been very interesting to us to see all the pundits trying to spin the results of the election on Tuesday. I just want to point out some simple facts here, and as usual, I try to be concise and give you the highlights here. But there's some things that we really need to point out. First, there were no surprises on Tuesday night, okay? You had blue states and blue cities that voted blue, to the alarm of no one, to the surprise of no one. That was what was expected. It just so happened that New York and New Jersey and Virginia were the states that were in the national spotlight on Tuesday. If the tables had been turned and if the calendar had been different and you had 3 red states, we'd have an entirely different narrative that you all would be writing about. Don't lose the simple facts. Second, the big headline that everyone is writing about appropriately is that the future of the Democrats was set in New York City. A 34-year-old Marxist is now the leader of the Democratic Party, and it is a very dangerous road for them to go down. I want to say this because a lot's been said about the Mamdani campaign. It is very easy to run and win as a socialist, right? All you do is promise everything to everyone for free. What a great message that is. Boy, that really resonates for people who don't study history. And while you're making all those promises, you hope that they never realize the trap that you're actually setting, the impossibility of fulfilling your fantastical claims and dreams, and the extreme danger and chaos that would result if you ever could. When you run as a socialist, you have to hope that they never understand that this will lead to the inevitable loss of their freedom, their opportunity, and their security, the loss of meritocracy and fairness in society, the loss of colorblindness, and the loss of emphasis on character, and the morality and the personal incentive and the common sense that we rely upon to keep a republic in operation. If you run as a socialist, you run on a big list of false claims, and you promise everything to everyone and you can't deliver, and if you were ever able to deliver, it will be to the great detriment of the very people that you lured in to vote for you. Third fact about the election on Tuesday night is that the Democrats, and you all are not writing about this, and you should be, not writing enough about it, the Democrats have now set themselves on a collision course in their own tent. If you look at Spanberger in Virginia and Sherrill in New Jersey, they tried to run as moderate pragmatists. That's how they self-described. But they will be no match for the coming communist wave taking over their party right now. The energy is on the side of the Marxists. Look no further than the top 2 Democrats here in Congress. We've noted this here every day. They had to bend the knee to the socialists. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are both from New York. The top Democrat leader in the House and the top Democrat leader in the Senate, they couldn't get around that. And so Hakeem had to ultimately embrace it. He had to give the full blessing to Mamdani and his agenda, and he co-owns it. And Chuck Schumer flirted with it. He pandered all along. He flirted with that open endorsement till the bitter end, even though Mamdani is an activist against Israel and an anti-Semite. Chuck Schumer is the highest-ranked Jewish official in America, and even he couldn't bring himself to disclaim that. And as we've noted here every day, the sole reason for the entire federal government being shut down now, the sole reason for all the American people suffering all this pain and hardship is because of the fear of political retribution from the far-left activists who run the Democrat Party. That is the motivation for the shutdown. It's never been about any policy issue at all. It was only so that they could show a fight and try to show that they're tough to this rising far-left activist base in the party. The old guard has been repudiated, and the radicals are taking over the Democratic Party. We have evidence now every day. Yesterday, Jared Golden announced he would not be running for re-election in the state of Maine. He's a moderate, and he has no place in his party anymore. And then this morning, you saw the headline. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi has now announced her retirement this morning. That is a very important sign that I hope that you all will delve into. Even the famous San Francisco liberal is not far left enough for the neo-Marxists. We commend her for her services. We all do, everyone who serves in Congress, but there should be a lot written about that. Fourth point I just want to make in the aftermath of Tuesday is that off-year election results in isolated places are never indicative of the upcoming midterm election. Don't read too much into that. You shouldn't. If you do, you're going to miss it. The GOP is in excellent position to win big next year. And when I say I'm bullish about the midterms, we absolutely are, and there's a lot of reasons for that. This is not groundless optimism. It's based on facts. The reason we're in such a great position is because we are united. And while the Democrats engage in their emerging civil war, Republicans are going to continue to work and deliver for all the new voters that we brought into the party last fall in 2024. There was a true demographic shift in that election, as you know. Record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, urban voters, young people. And while they say that there's this big swell of enthusiasm of young people based on what happened in New York City Tuesday night, I would give to you Exhibit A on our side. Maybe you're not noticing, but the Turning Point events at college campuses all around the country are setting records for attendance. You have hundreds of thousands of new young people weekly coming into the movement that are enthusiastic, young conservatives who are looking for truth, who believe in America's founding principles, and who want to be engaged. And they will be engaged in next year's midterms. The third reason is we got a very favorable map. You shouldn't miss this either. I was very bullish even before the current redistricting battles began. As we sit here today, there are 13 House Democrats sitting in districts that President Trump won. There's another 21 of them in districts he came within 5 points of winning. There's only three, conversely, there's only 3 House Republicans sitting in districts that Kamala Harris won. That's a lopsided map. And after redistricting, we think we'll net a few more seats, handful, maybe 6 to 8. We're in very good position to make history and grow this majority. And finally, I'll just leave you with this. The reason we're so enthusiastic about running next year is we have a real record to run on. Mondami and Democrats want to talk about affordability. We love that subject. We love it. Look at the facts. I brought some this morning. It's the Republicans who are working every day to make life more affordable for working families. And it's not a talking point for us. We are delivering. After 4 long years of skyrocketing prices under the Biden administration, we had to take over. You don't flip a switch and reverse that overnight. It takes a while to work those policies out of the system and to get the new ones in. President Trump and Republicans are delivering results for the American people that they can see and feel. To date, we've seen core inflation is nearing its lowest level in 4 years. Gas prices have fallen to a 4-year low. Prices for everyday goods continue to decline, and blue-collar workers are seeing the largest increase in wage growth in nearly 6 decades. That's the result of our policies. In Congress, House Republicans are working hand in hand with President Trump to advance his affordability agenda. It is President Trump who ran on that. It's President Trump who's delivering on that. And we are all partners in that new effort to make America great again. It begins with the economy, and we know that. We're laser focused on making a difference in the lives of hardworking American families. Here's another demonstration, the Working Families Tax Cut. It is aptly named. It's the largest tax cut in U.S. history for working and middle-class Americans. You got Bernie Sanders running around. They're talking about the billionaires. It's not this. That's the opposite of the truth. Look at the facts. That bill was written for lower and middle-class earners, and they are the ones that will feel the positive effects going into next year. We included in that, as you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, real tax relief for seniors. These are the kinds of things that people feel, and they see that we're making good on our promises. We've made historic investments in American energy dominance to drive down the cost of gasoline and groceries. And we're grounding every decision we make in common sense. That's what we restored. That's what we ran on. That's what we're delivering. A return to common sense, not the woke progressive nonsense that they delivered for 4 years, not the spending like drunken sailors that drove cost up for everything with inflation. We're restoring common sense, fiscal responsibility. We're good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we're refusing to cave right now, today, to the Democrats' wild demand to spend $1.5 trillion in new spending. That is taxpayer dollars, that's your money, that they want to spend to reopen the government. That's their counterproposal. That's why we're not having a negotiation with them. It's ridiculous. Included in the $1.5 trillion that they want to spend is $200 billion, almost $200 billion, to restore health care benefits to illegal aliens. That is taxpayer money that they want to spend for that. They want to send billions of dollars back overseas for social programs in foreign countries. We're not doing that. They want to give $500 million back to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning news organizations. We're not doing that. And by the way, in the middle of all this, they want to cut $50 billion from the Rural Hospital Fund. They can't tell you they care about health care since they put that in their proposal. We're grounding every decision in common sense, and Democrats had their chance. When they controlled Washington, look at the history, don't forget it. This was just a year ago. You know what we inherited? They left us with a 40-year high inflation, higher taxes and energy prices, and massive instability around the world. And what did they do in June of this year? This is the most recent history no one can forget. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no taxes on Social Security. They voted against a larger child tax credit. The Democrats in the House and Senate voted against lower energy prices, against more American manufacturing and jobs, and against lowering health care premiums by 12%. That provision, the cost sharing reduction provision, was in the House version of the Working Families Tax Cut, the big beautiful bill. We sent it over to the Senate, and they worked to strike it out of the bill. Ask the Senate Democrats about that. Right now, they've created another mess. They've created a mess for America with this pointless government shutdown. The Democrats will tell you that they're feeling emboldened. They're feeling emboldened because they had a few blue state election results. It does not change the fact that they have walked their party off a cliff with no parachute and no path forward. The reason we're stuck right now is because of one simple fact. If they vote to reopen the government, the Senate Democrats are afraid that the radicals in their party will say that they caved. They're afraid of the retribution that will come from that. But if they keep the government shut down, they know very well, as we all do, that millions of Americans will continue to suffer as essential services remain unfunded and paychecks to federal workers continue to stay stalled. So our question for Democrats this morning is this: which constituency matters more? The loud radicals in your party or the hardworking American people? I can tell you which side the Republicans are on. 15 times we voted for the hardworking American people. And 15 times so far, the Democrats in Congress have voted for the radicals in their party. It is unconscionable to us that they've allowed it to go on this long. And at some point, all you can do is pray that common sense prevails. And that's what I've been doing a lot of. We hope and pray that there are still Democrats out there. There's just a handful. We need 5 more votes. 5 centrist, common sense Democrats in the Senate to come to those senses and do the right thing. It's time for them to put their country first. I'm delighted to introduce the next speaker, and he's a congressman from Miami. He's a former mayor of the county down there, and he has been in charge. He served as a police officer, but he was the chief of the fire department down there. I mean, the guy's resume is longer than almost anybody in Congress, and as a son of a firefighter, I always take personal delight in reminding everybody he's the only career firefighter paramedic in Congress. He's doing a great job, and he serves as vice chairman of the Republican Governance Group, one of our largest and most active caucuses I mentioned, and we're truly grateful to have him here to discuss some of these consequences of the government shutdown. Glad to have you. Carlos, come on up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if you indulge me, I think you brought me up here to talk about the shutdown, but I will stray a little bit. I'm the only Cuban-born member of Congress. That means I was born in Cuba. I was not born here in the United States. I didn't speak a word of English until I got here. I was 7 years old. And the reason I'm here is that my parents brought me here seeking freedom. Freedom from communism, freedom from a Marxist regime. And so I can tell you that I know a communist and a Marxist when I see one. They may call themselves socialists, they may call themselves a democratic socialist, but make no mistake, Mondami in New York, he's a Marxist. And the thing that bothers me is he's very proud to say, well, I'm young, I'm this, I'm that, I'm Muslim. Hey, I understand you can be proud of that. But then, if you're so proud, don't call yourself a democratic socialist. You are a Marxist. Go ahead. Tell people exactly who you are. He couldn't, and he can't because he knew he wouldn't get elected. But I hope that the people of New York do not suffer the same consequences that my homeland of Cuba has suffered. Castro and the Castro regime destroyed my homeland. They can't even keep the lights on. They don't have food, they don't have medicine, they can't keep the lights on. It's a total disaster of an island, a beautiful island that actually had the second highest standard of living in the Western Hemisphere when the regime took over. And so one of the reasons I'm in Congress, the primary reason I'm in Congress, is that I want to make sure that my children and grandchildren never suffer the same fate that my parents did, having to leave their country and bring us to a new country with about $10 in their pocket. Now, that's what makes this country great. My parents came here with 10 bucks in their pocket and a watch. By the way, I still have that watch. All right. And here I am. Their son was a firefighter. He was a city manager. He was a county commissioner, county mayor of the largest county in the state of Florida, and now a member of Congress. I don't think there's too many countries that you can say that can happen. That's why I love this country. That's why I will fight for this country. And again, I know a Marxist when I see one. And it's unfortunate that the Democrat Party is heading that way, which means we just have to fight that much harder. Here to talk about the shutdown. And so, I'm Congressman Carlos Jimenez again. I represent the state of Florida, Miami, and the Keys. Today I'm standing in for my friend, RG2 Chairman David Valadeo of California, with one clear message, and I want to thank also the other members of RG2 that are here. The Republican Governance Group focus has always been about governing responsibly. RG2 is committed to putting results ahead of rhetoric, keeping the government functioning, and finding practical, common sense solutions that improve the lives of the American people. That's what we're here to do. And that means that we do what's right, even when it's hard. Yes, we're here on day 37 of the Democrat government shutdown, and with each passing day, more Americans are feeling the impact. The effects in my hometown or in my state. In my home state of Florida, 155,000 federal employees have not received their paychecks. Close to 2 million Floridians who rely on SNAP, including more than 1 million children, will not be getting their benefits. My colleagues on the other side insist we have chosen, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chosen politics over food security for millions of Americans. Small business loans are being delayed, totaling nearly $300 million in missed distributions, costing our state an estimated $1.7 billion in economic benefit alone. Starting Friday, 10% of the American airspace is going to be reduced because of the shutdowns ahead of the busy holiday season. More than 3,500 flights will either be delayed or canceled altogether. That's true effect of this shutdown. Let me be clear, holding the government hostage is not a responsible way to negotiate policy. On September 19th, the House of Representatives voted to extend government funding to keep the government open. And as the Speaker said, with a clean CR. There were no riders in it. There's no policy differences. It's actually a Biden budget, right? And so, what is the problem? No, there is no problem. It's politics. That's the problem. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats have voted 14, now you say 15 times, to keep the government closed. The funding bill before the Senate is the same short-term continuing resolution that we passed 15 times under President Biden with bipartisan support. And I supported each and every one of them to keep the government open. And I know that most, if not all, the members of RG2 also voted for the CRs to keep the government funded. We can and should debate serious issues like healthcare costs, but not at the expense of hardworking American families. I urge my Senate Democrat colleagues to pass the continuing resolution so that we can reopen the government and return to the table to negotiate real solutions. History shows that when Congress works together, we can find solutions without inflicting pain on the American people. I urge Senate Democrats again to reopen the government, end the suffering, and then join us in crafting meaningful bipartisan policy meant to improve the lives of everyday Americans. That's how we govern responsibly, and that's how we serve the American people. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I guess now I want to turn the dais over to our Majority Leader, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Carlos. And what an honor it is to follow my dear friend Carlos Jimenez, who really is the epitome of the American dream. You know, when you hear stories like his, you know, sad stories, the root of it, you know, having to flee your home country because Cuba fell to Marxism, to communism. But luckily, for people like Carlos, all around the world, there's one place that they can look to if they want a North Star. If they still believe in freedom, they yearn for that desire, and then it fails in their home country, they can look to the United States, because the United States represents freedom all around the world. And how dangerous of a position that is when Marxists from within try to change it here, try to unravel what makes America so great. And as Carlos came to seek that freedom that millions others have as well, like my great-grandparents who came from Italy to seek that same freedom. Ronald Reagan said it best: freedom is only one generation away from extinction if we don't fight to defend it. Those words of Reagan still ring true today because, Carlos, we will continue to fight for freedom. But it's not an empty fight. There are people on the other side here in America that are pushing back, that want to destroy that capitalist free market system. And so when you look at the results of the election, anybody that wants to go celebrate a blue state voting blue, what they're not acknowledging is what happened in a city like New York. It reverberates. When New York elects a Marxist as their mayor, there are other Democrats that are now looking and saying, does the Democrat Party represent me anymore? And today you heard it again. Democrats are the ones who are looking and saying that they're done with the Democrat Party. Jared Golden yesterday announced he's not going to run again. And he didn't just say he wasn't going to run again because he got tired of serving in Congress. I think it's really important to pay attention to what Jared Golden said. And he is in a swing district. Jared Golden is one of those moderate Democrats who represents maybe the old Democrat Party now, what was discarded by the voters on Democrat cities and states. But it's not where America is. So when Jared Golden announced yesterday he's not going to run again, he said, quote, "We're allowing the most extreme pugilistic elements of our party to call the shots. Just look again at the shutdown. For as long as I can remember, we have opposed shutting down the government over policy disputes. We criticized Republicans for taking hostages this way." That was Jared Golden explaining why he's done with being a Democrat in Congress. And when the Democrat Party no longer stands for common sense, for members that do on occasion reach across the aisle, they're going to be relegated to a scrap heap of history, because America is not a socialist nation. While the Democrat Party has turned their leadership structure over to a socialist, it's not where America is. And if they're running people like Jared Golden out of their party, they can go celebrate the results of last night's election. Again, if Alabama held an election also Tuesday, and gee whiz, a Republican governor was elected governor of Alabama, would anybody be writing a story about it? Of course not. So let them go celebrate New Jersey electing a Democrat governor, New York City electing a Democrat. The real concern is that the Cuomo wing of the Democrat Party got destroyed by the Mondami wing of the Democrat Party. And if they want to call that a victory, good luck. Something tells me they're not going to be sending Mondami to swing districts around America. He's not going to Maine. Let Mondami go to Maine for that now open seat in Congress, a 50-50 district. Will they be sending Mondami to those kind of swing districts? Colorado, where somebody like Gabe Evans represents, is Mondami going to be going there? Because that's where their party is now headed. And they chose that. But America is not embracing that form of socialism. We know what you get from socialism. You get the promises of free everything. But Americans know innately there's no such thing as a free lunch. All you end up with, the results, are the hollow promises and the failures that come with those promises, because you know you get what you pay for. And somebody else is going to have to pay for that free thing. And a lot of those rich people they love denouncing are leaving. Many have already left. So even when they go raise taxes even more, with the highest rates you can imagine, who's going to pay those higher rates? It's not going to be the millionaires and billionaires. Many of them have already left. It's going to be hardworking families in New York City. Good news for you, you might be making $100,000 a year. By the way, a police officer married to a school teacher makes more than that in New York City. They're going to be the quote-unquote rich who get the higher taxes and the free buses and the grocery stores that are run by the government with empty shelves and expired food. That's what they're going to get. But the rest of America is not going to have it. So while Democrats keep the government shut down, and they brag about it, I mean, you heard Senator Murphy yesterday, quote, "I think we're in an enormously strong position right now." Strong position? What's so strong about taking food out of the mouths of 42 American families? What is strong about that, Senator? Sure, you can vote again today to keep the government shut down, but there's nothing strong about denying food to people who are low income and who can't afford it. That's a weak place to be. But that's what they're bragging about. When, as we saw, the transportation secretary yesterday said 10% of flights are going to have to be cut back because we don't have enough air traffic controllers, because Democrats chose not to pay them. And so people are getting ready to go travel to see their family, hopefully, for Thanksgiving. But they're not going to be able to get that flight. They're going to have to leave a day or two earlier to drive. Maybe they won't be able to fly. But don't worry, some Democrat senator thinks he's in a stronger position because he's now leveraged Americans as pawns in some game. That's what they think this is. It's disgusting. And the American people are catching on. And so while Democrats applaud socialism being the new wave of their party, the few common sense Democrats left in their party are leaving, running for the exits. Well, you might be able to leave New York City and go to Florida or Texas or somewhere else, but if they destroy America, there's nowhere else to go. That's why we're going to fight for freedom every single day, and their approach to Marxism, socialism, whatever you want to call it, will not prevail in America. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
It's day 37 of the Democrat government shutdown, and one thing has become clearer, more clear now than ever. The Democrat Party of today is not your grandparents' Democrat Party. They refuse to govern. They resort to hostage taking when they don't get their way. They routinely put politics before people. And now they have made communists and assassination fantasizers the pillars of their party. Democrats claim they want to make life more affordable for hardworking Americans, but every time that they've had the majorities in Congress and a Democrat president in the White House, they've done the exact opposite. Take the American Rescue Plan under Joe Biden, for example, which was later deemed by economic experts as the, quote, original sin that led to double-digit inflation. Or look at the Affordable Care Act, which is so unaffordable, they have to pay people to use it. The Democrats have no moral high ground to stand on when it comes to good governance. They don't know what it is. And when they claim that they're fighting for you, do not believe them. Because if this shutdown has taught us anything, it's that the Democrats will willingly inflict pain on the American people if they think it gives them political leverage. Their kamikaze politicians and their constituents deserve better. In stark contrast, however, Republicans have done our jobs. We passed a nonpartisan government funding bill out of the House over a month ago. All we need, as the Speaker said earlier, is just 5 Democrats in the Senate to grow a spine, stand up to the radicals in their party, and join us in getting our clean CR to the President's desk. Enough is enough. It's past time for Democrats to end the political games and reopen the government for the people they were elected to serve. Our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Again, here we are. Yesterday, Americans woke up to an unthinkable reality. And Carlos touched on it earlier. A communist was elected mayor in America's largest city. How did this happen? Ask yourself, how did this happen? It happened because a small socialist portion of this country took control of the Democrat Party, a party that is now apparently united behind a socialist agenda. And slogans always seem to start with the same word: free. Free food, free rent, free buses, right? I feel like I'm at an Oprah Winfrey show. You get a car and you get a car. Well, this isn't the Oprah Winfrey show. And like many of you, my parents taught me a really good lesson when I was young. Nothing is free. Everything comes with a cost. Absolutely nothing is free. We all learned that. Look no further than the Democrats' disastrous shutdown plan. They want to give free health care to illegals. Come to our country. We'll give you, illegally mind you, we'll give you free health care on the backs of hard-working Americans. And in demanding that, they're asking for $1.5 trillion in wasteful spending and a painful shutdown. A shutdown that has denied food assistance to 42 million American families. 42 million American families. A shutdown that has forced law enforcement to work without pay. But don't worry, I'm sure those law enforcement agents can go and get free food from their local grocery store, and somebody will pay their free rent, right? Yeah, I live in reality, not fantasy. The Democrats want to jeopardize our national security. And now, flights have been reduced by 10% at 40 of our major airports. I think air traffic, like when you get on a plane, what's next? Like your plane rides are going to be free too? I mean, why stop at food and buses? Let's just give everything free. It doesn't work like that, people. Nothing's free. Somebody is paying. And who pays? Anybody want to guess who pays? Hardworking taxpayers, American taxpayers. That's who pay. Nothing's free, right? Nothing is free. Look at your Republican leaders. Just compare and contrast. That's why we voted more than a month ago to actually fund the government. That's why we've been working in our districts to help those that are suffering. And that's why we are delivering real results that drive down gas prices and drive down mortgage rates and drive down the price of eggs. No one's reporting on the price of eggs anymore, right? Now, not for illegals, not for radicals, and not for communists who despise this country, but for the men and women who love America, like Carlos and his family who came over. And let's keep it that way, and let's make sure that we keep America strong every day. So to the Democrats, let me be clear. Republicans will still be there when your communist lawmakers aren't. And when your communist kingmakers finally give you permission to put Americans first again, Republicans will still be here. We'll still be here when your socialist experiment collapses, because it always does. And we'll still be standing shoulder to shoulder with the hardworking Americans who aren't demanding free groceries, free buses, free rent. No, we will be standing shoulder to shoulder, demanding nothing less than freedom. That is what Republicans demand, freedom. Because that's what makes this country great. Not socialism, not government control, but freedom. Thank you.
All right, questions? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The Supreme Court, and specifically Justice Gorsuch yesterday, seemed concerned about the Trump administration's usurping congressional authority, calling it a, quote, one-way ratchet that can't be turned back. What's your response to that? Are the justices right to be concerned that Congress isn't fulfilling its constitutional obligations?
I don't find myself in disagreement with Justice Gorsuch too often, but I think he's missed the mark on this one. First of all, I don't think you should read too much into the questioning that you heard at the Supreme Court. I mean, this is part of judicial review. It's a cherished part of that tradition. I used to be one of those litigators. I did constitutional law, oral argument, and I would have liked to have argued that case yesterday, because I think the law is clearly on the side of what the administration has done. I'll remind you that I'm a jealous guardian of Article 1. You know, the legislative branch of government in our constitutional system is the most important. It was placed first in prominence. And that's true. And while Congress has a role to play in tariffs and related trade and economic policy, the executive branch does as well. And I think the president has used that well within the bounds of what he's allowed to do, because he's addressing what was truly a crisis for the country. The trade disparity had gone on for decades. It was creating a real imbalance, and it was adversely affecting American people and consumers. Remember that he ran on this idea. He talked about tariffs on the campaign trail, and he got a popular and electoral college mandate in the election. So this is not some surprise. He's fulfilling the promise that he was elected to fulfill in a literal sense. So I think the court has to give deference to that. I think the court has to recognize the executive is doing what they're doing. He's using tariffs to create leverage in our trade strategy, and it is yielding great results for the American people. And heaven forbid if it were reversed, because it would create chaos, which is one of the questions I think Justice Barrett asked, my old friend from Louisiana. I mean, that was an important question, because it would set back all of the strategy and the trade agreements and a lot of the things that have been accomplished for the people. So in summary, I would say, don't read too much into the questions. This is how the process works. I'm sure the court will look at this very carefully and deliberately, as they do, and I expect that we'll have a majority of the court that says that this administration is doing what they have the legal authority to do. If I felt like the executive branch had overstepped its bounds on trade or on the tariffs or something, I would have stepped in. I mean, that's my job as the Speaker of the House over the legislative branch. I would have done it in my own way, to be candid. I would have gone to the president privately and said, hey, sir, enough. I think you're overstepped the bounds. Let's try to figure that out. I wouldn't have publicly had a big spat with him, because it wouldn't have been necessary. But that conversation didn't happen, because I believe that what he's done is well within the bounds. And so we'll see what the court does. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Leader Thune has said on a number of occasions that in exchange for reopening the government, he will promise Democrats a vote on ACA subsidies by a date certain. Will you do the same in the House?
He promised it a long time ago, and he was rebuffed. I mean, that's not what this is about. I mean, they've demonstrated over and over and over. Somebody said this is the Seinfeld shutdown. It's about nothing. If you brought in 100 Senate and House Democrats right now and said, what is it about? They wouldn't even give you the same answer. They don't even know. They filed a counter proposal that's $1.5 trillion in new spending with all the crazy abuses that I listed earlier today. That's still sitting out there. That's the counter proposal. Then they tried to say it was about health care. That was never the issue for the September 30th fiscal cliff. That was always a December issue. We always knew, everybody in the building knew, we were going to have to wrestle through that and come to a consensus on a solution on the COVID-era Obamacare subsidies in October, November, December. And ironically, they're eating up all the clock where that would have been done. It's not about any of this. It's about politics, as we explained earlier. They are more afraid of the radical activists who are running the Democratic Party right now than they are of starving families, having families go hungry and having federal workers go without paychecks. That's just a simple fact. So yes, Leader Thune has been over backwards. He's offered them a vote. You know what they told him in response? No, we need you to guarantee the outcome of that vote. Well, that's ridiculous. That can't be done.
The House is funded from the Senate. Will you assure the House members that they'll get a vote, House Democrats, that they'll get a vote on ACA subsidies by a date certain?
No, because we did our job, and I'm not part of the negotiation. The House did its job on September 19th. I'm not promising anybody anything. I'm going to let this process play out. I'll tell you what they wanted. I'll tell you what Schumer and Jeffries wanted. In fact, Chuck Schumer said it publicly and decried that Thune and I would not go in a back room with them and make a four corners agreement on Obamacare subsidies. And I said, there's no way. It was never possible or appropriate for that to be handled on a CR, on a short-term stopgap funding measure. And he knows that. And we're not doing that anymore. We're not taking four corners, four leaders in a back room and making a deal and hoisting it upon the people. I'm not going to be a part of that. Chuck Schumer is part of the old way this was done, and that's part of the reason why people have such a lack of trust in Congress. We need to be transparent, open. We need to do it through the process. We need to involve and engage all of our caucuses and all of our members in this discussion. Healthcare is very complicated. It is very complex, and it is not something four people can go in a smoke-filled room in the back and make a deal on. I reject it. Yes.
Speaker, the president yesterday said that Republicans were getting killed for the shutdown. Is it helpful to have them talking like this when it's actually emboldening Democrats not to pay?
Look, I've spoken with the president about it. I reminded him, as I said this morning, this was not a surprise to us. I mean, blue states elected blue leaders. I mean, yeah, so what? I mean, it would have been a huge headline if we could have had an upset there. But that was to be expected. As Leader Scalise said, I mean, you know, if the three big elections yesterday would have been in, you know, Louisiana, Alabama, and Texas, you'd have a totally different narrative, right? Or name any red state. It just so happened that those were the blue states. That was the blue outcomes. That's what everybody expected. I don't read too much into that. Yes, front row. Morning.
Two questions. One, about the shutdown, you said 48-hour notice for the House to return. Does that include this weekend? And then a question for you and for Chairwoman McClain. Egg prices are no longer in the headlines, but food prices themselves have still been going up. Grocery prices are still going up. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, but the USDA has reported, and all of the economists have shown, food prices always go up. There's an inflationary level that's built into grocery prices, but they're going up at a much slower pace. In other words, the economic policies, even though all the provisions of the Working Families Tax Cut have not yet been implemented, that's going to make a dramatic effect. It's going to be like jet fuel to the economy. We have all these pro-growth policies that will bring down costs, increase wages, increase jobs, and more access to the economic rung so that more people can climb up the ladder. But in the meantime, even the fact that we have made these positive steps and momentum, grocery prices are rising at their slowest level in many years. You should look into that. So, I mean, that is an exhibit C, and the argument that it's Republican policies that are the only thing that's going to bring that down. The reason that your grocery prices are so high, it's multifaceted. But it's because we had 4 years of Bidenomics. Remember when they tried to tell you that Bidenomics was so good for you and your family, and everybody went, what are you talking about? That's part of the reason we shellacked them in the election last fall, because they were trying to sell you a bill of goods that wasn't true. And the reason that inflation rose is because, as was noted earlier, the big signature pieces of legislation that they passed in the Biden administration were disastrous for the economy. And it made inflation rise rapidly. Why? Because when you pour more dollars into the economy, that is the effect. It's just as sure as gravity. It's basic economics. And the Marxists and the socialists who are taking over the Democratic Party turn a blind eye to the reality of basic economics. And you're going to see the effects of that as well. Yes?
This weekend, into the election results in these blue states, but there were some significant reversals of Trump's gains with Hispanic populations, particularly in New Jersey. Are you at all concerned about Republicans retaining those voters in the next midterm election without something like that?
No, I do believe that the demographic shift that we were able to see and experience in the 2024 election will hold. I believe that large numbers of those new voters and these demographics that have not traditionally been with the Republican Party are with us. I will point you to the study that the Democrats themselves paid for that came out, a week or so ago, and they had, I think, hundreds of thousands of respondents to these polls. And the Democrats determined in their own analysis that they are regarded as weak, woke, and out of touch with the people, okay? That's why they lost last November, and that's why they're going to lose this coming November, okay? As Carlos Jimenez said, as a Cuban who came here, his family immigrated here, he came here when he was 7. This is the American dream. I know that the Hispanic and Latino populations across this country understand which party is delivering for them, and they're going to feel that positive effect. They're going to feel increased wages and more opportunity, and before they get to that election next fall. And that's why we did the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, so early in the year, because we wanted that to really take hold after the beginning of the year so that people will feel that. And we're convinced they will, and I think that's going to inure to our benefit. Thank you all so much.
Hey, I want to thank you guys for watching this live this morning. We do have more to go over this morning, but I would like to make sure that everybody actually gets a chance to ask any questions that you may have. You are allowed to do and make your own opinion. So, welcome all to the Dennis Herrera Show, and this is my channel. So I will expect people to at least try to be respectful. You do get to use your freedom of speech, but remember to be respectful to other people. You can go ahead and call me whatever you want. No death threats, please. A lot of people have been reported to the FBI, and well, you guys better behave. One of the things that I want to point out is, a lot of Democrats, some of the trolls will stay here, but a lot of Democrats have been fighting so much for democracy. They say that we are a threat to democracy, right? As American citizens, we're a threat to democracy, and democracy is in danger, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. We voted President Donald Trump in office. We used our democracy. Thank you, Manuel Rivera. We use democracy as we're supposed to. We won. We have 4 years that this democracy allows us to have. So enjoy your freedom of speech, but shut the hell up. We are trying to make a change. Now, I understand that there is a lot of young people that have no clue about history in this country. They know as much history as watching a movie on BET. They know as much history as watching made-up stories from Hollywood. They don't know history. They know more about Marvel and DC Comics than they do about the American Revolution, about the Civil War. They don't understand what they are fighting for. I got some clips that I'm going to show you. Now, some of these clips are from shorts that I have put out there. Now, I'm going to play 2 of them. Let me find them real quick. I'm going to play 2 shorts that I have, and I want you to just listen in the order that I have put these clips on. Okay. First of all, let me get there. And no, not that one. You guys may have already seen these, but I'm going to play this because I want you to understand that everything that we do and say, it's not because somebody tells us. It's not because somebody has brainwashed us. We say what we say because we take into consideration what do we see happening here in this country. And then we listen to the reps. I listen to the Democrats. I listen to Republicans. And let's be clear, just so you know, right now, I'm not ashamed because I'm patriot first. I am always country first, party second. I used to support Democrats, okay, because they used to stand for something. But now they don't. They stand against the United States of America. This is why a lot of Democrats are actually leaving the Democratic Party. And we always hope that a good Democrat will jump in and make a difference. But we're going even farther left. 9/11. All Muslims, all of them celebrated the destruction of the Twin Towers in New York. Flyers everywhere. Never forget 9/11. Never forget. While Muslims were out there celebrating on the streets, Mondani runs a campaign saying, oh, my auntie, oh, she was so afraid for her life. She couldn't wear her jihad. Shut the hell up. Go back to your country. I hate that our enemies are laughing not at the lack of strength, but at the stupidity of some Americans allowing others, foreigners in specific, to dictate how to live in their own country. Imagine me going to your house and telling you what to do. How do you feel about that? Imagine that. Now, he tried to play this little smiley game and all this fun, whatever. Okay, all right, okay. I'll give you that. You're a politician. You're a horrible actor, but you're a politician. I get it. I get it. Okay? We're not going to fight that. Watch this. I'm going to play this clip here. This is one of my shorts. You guys may have already seen it. Listen to what he says. Now, a lot of Democrats, and this is just the way it is, guys. One side's going to fight the other. That's okay. But what we are doing specifically on my channel, we don't care about Democrat, Republican, or independent. We care about the United States of America and the American citizens and the greatness of this country. That's what we care about. Take a listen.
People who come here illegally to get taxpayer-financed health care. That's something they want. They want to expand Obamacare, continue this expansion that they've done now a couple times. They want to do it again, even though everything we were told about Obamacare turned out not to be true. They said, you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Like your doctor, keep your doctor. We didn't. That turned out not to be true. They told us premiums would go down. President Obama even said premiums will go down on average $1,500. None of that worked out, so they expand it, then they extend it, now they want to extend it again. Won't vote for what they voted for before. That's the situation we're in, and it's so ridiculous. Even their own Senator John Fetterman says this is crazy, and all the federal government employee unions are saying the same darn thing.
Okay, there you go. Even the Democrat Senator Fetterman has agreed with us. Now, he's not a Republican. He's still a Democrat because he's a loyalist. He's a loyal to the party, and that's fine. But this is why we don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. What I do know is eventually even he will probably drop out of that party. Now, let me get to the next one.
It's time for them
not
to...
her, this one. New York! Here we go. This is the one. Now, you heard what I just been telling you, and Benja, shut the hell up and pay attention. You might learn something, you illegal mojado. America first. A lot of people think that when we're giving money to Argentina, when we're giving money to Ukraine, not with Trump, they think we're just wasting money out there. That's not what I believe. I believe those are investments and we're going to be taken care of. Period. I said it before and I will say it every single time. You guys that believe these lies from Democrat. Let me tell you something. And David, I know David can be my grandfather. David, see if you agree with me. We have lived long enough in this country. We have seen fear-mongering for way too long. The stock market is a fear-mongering tool. That's not the country's economy. The country's economy runs on local businesses. Regardless of that, fear-mongering has been the tool of politicians for many, many decades. This is why people don't want to believe politicians. This is why people think that all politicians are liars. I don't blame them. But as an immigrant that came here the right way, has never broken the law, except for 2 speeding tickets. I was keeping up with traffic. No, I wasn't. I was late for church. That's horrible. I know. But you know what? I paid my ticket. I didn't plead innocent. I was guilty. And that's how the law works. You commit the crime, you pay the time. That's about as bad as I have been to breaking the law. 2 speeding tickets in my whole life. Now, I have said it before. My mother taught me, we're going to go to the United States of America, which, by the way, I didn't want to come here. I was 13 years old. I was happy. I was happy in my country. Even if I was poor, I was happy in my country. I've never really adapted to the whole living in the States, but I'll have to be thankful and grateful that I am allowed to be here. It is a privilege for me to be here. As such, I have to give back. How do I give back? By being respectful, by honoring the American people which have welcomed me with open arms. Not all of them, but just the ones that count. And I am grateful to them. With that being said, I mentioned so many things about why mass migration is bad for our economy. Many of you, if you do the research, you will find the answer to why mass migration is bad for the economy. Number 2, when you allow citizenship to be easy to gain, and let's be clear, these Muslims have an easier way to citizenship than any other illegal or any other migrant that comes to this country. Let's be clear about that. Their tactic is to fill the government with a lot of migrants that do not like the United States of America. Now, the reason why I'm very, very, very patient and I accept all these negative comments in here, in my chat when they come in here, is because I am aware that we probably have around 50 million illegal immigrants on here, and they want to fight people like me that tell the truth and then call me liars and a traitor and all this other stuff because they know I'm telling the truth. It bugs them. And it doesn't matter how much they come into my channel to come and hate. The truth is going to still be told. Now, you heard what Jordan said, right? Now, watch this. And I want you to tell me if I am wrong. But I'm saying America first. You have to understand something. Even if you're a legal migrant like myself, I'm an American citizen. You see my flag? Honduran American. That's what that means. So I got Honduras right here, and then American. That is my nationality. That is who I am. That is my background. That's my ethnicity. That's what I believe. That's what I am. Period. I'm a Honduran that loves the United States of America. And because I love the United States of America, I'm not going to allow for illegal immigration to continue to happen. So I got to say something about it. I wish I was wrong. But all these people that hate our country, they want to fill it up with illegal immigrants. Now, they don't give a crap about us. They just want their money. The politicians want their money. This is why they allow mass migration. They don't care how it destroys the country. Now, I'm going to show you how it destroys the country and how unimportant and miserable and deplorable you American citizens are in the eyes of a freaking migrant that does not love the United States of America.
Will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Not by a citizen, by an immigrant. let me tell you all who are celebrating this win over here, I wasn't going to say anything about it. But it pisses me off the blatant disrespect that this man shows to America. Not only is he here as a Muslim, he pretends that he cares about Jews. I don't give a crap about Jews. I don't give a crap about Muslims. I don't give a crap about anybody else but American citizens. What they believe is their business. We have freedoms in this country. So I don't care what you choose to believe, what you choose to do. But if you're an American, doggone it, I don't care what you believe. You stand up for the freedom and the rights of the people in this country, your country. Stand up and defend it. And stop letting these idiots lie to you and tell you that being an American is evil. This is why some of the black people don't like me, because I talk against their criminalities. I talk about the criminalities of everybody. When I talk about Americans, it includes everybody. So if I say something about Hispanics, if I say something about Asians, something about blacks, it doesn't matter. If you're American, I'm going to say something about it. And you should be proud to be American. You got to fight for it. You got to stand. Nobody's going to fight for you. I see a lot of veterans, and let's be clear. When we tell people to get off your lazy ass and go to work instead of depending on food stamps, let me be clear. We are not talking about our veterans that can't. We are not talking about our disabled people that can't. We're talking about the lazy mofos that are just leeches on the welfare. That's not what it's for. How many times have the Democrats say that all the benefits are for everybody? They believe the Constitution is for everybody. I don't believe that. The Constitution is for American citizens and residents only. That's it. Nobody has the rights that residents and citizens have. And there's a hierarchy. You got migrants who have no rights from the Constitution. And then you have residents that have every right but the right to vote. Then you have citizens, and they have all of the rights. That's how that works. You come into somebody's house, show some respect. Crazy how people don't see that. Why is it? Why is it easier to believe the lies just because you are un-American? There's a lot of Americans that are in this country, a lot of transgender people that say, I hate America. I hate America. Go to the Middle East. Go support Palestinians over there in the Middle East. Go support them over there. Go join the Muslim communities over there. Yeah, not here. Over here, you got freedom. Go over there in the Middle East and then support your little transgenderism agenda. Yeah, go ahead. Gays for Palestine. Let's go. I want to see you go do that. Good luck. I was watching this little clip right here that I'm going to show you. I don't really like this girl, but not AOC. We already know AOC. I don't like this girl from CNN, but I like the way she's tough on her questions, and sometimes she actually goes to the left too much. But listen to this and watch how Bernie Sanders is coming to the rescue of her little baby granddaughter. She got cornered. She had no answer. She was unprepared to hear a real question.
Are you saying that Senator Schumer should not be worried about a primary challenge from you?
No.
She couldn't answer the question, and Bernie's like, oh, man, we're going down. Let me jump in here. Listen to what he says, and this is how they lie to you. I know if if you're a socialist or Democrat and you hate President Trump, well, that makes a lot of sense. Now I know why you're retarded, but it's okay. We love everybody. Here we go. Look at what he says. Instead of addressing the question, he jumps into something else.
This is what we're talking about.
This is exactly what are you talking about? You didn't answer the damn question. This is exactly what they do. This is what we're talking about. What are you talking about? How many times we listen to Kamala? She has no clue what the hell she's talking about. George, I hope not. I hope not, man. But I can tell you inside something bad's happening. And I have to keep praying, my friend. I have to keep praying that God delivers us from stupidity. These people that are trying to destroy our country, unbelievable.
You have a country that is falling apart.
Yeah, that's true.
You have a housing crisis, a healthcare
True.
crisis, an education.
Housing, education, and healthcare. 50 million illegal immigrants. Now, let me tell you something. You can judge me and say I'm not a Christian, etc. Let me tell you that most of the kids in school, if they come from illegal immigrants, I can guarantee you 100% they are getting free food at school. And that costs millions of dollars. So the American kids that actually need it, they won't get it probably. And if they do, they want to tax you more so that you can give that. All of that, I have been telling you from the beginning. Mass migration does not help the economy, number one, the housing, our health care, and our food supply. There is a reason why our government has a limit of how many people can become residents and citizens in this country. There is a speed to which a society has to grow to in order to adjust to become a great society. But when you pile a bunch of people in a place where you think, oh my God, the United States is so big, there's so much room, there's not enough housing. Housing doesn't get built with no money. What are they going to do when they get rid of the rich and the billionaires? You think the poor are going to build housing? You think the poor are going to give you free food? From where? They're already bitching and complaining about Trump's tariffs. Oh my God, Trump's tariffs. Everything is high. We can't afford it. Well, get rid of the rich and see how much you can afford with that shit. Think about what you're saying. You're complaining about housing, you complain about healthcare, you complain about the economy, and you don't do anything to help. You have a migrant, which, by the way, committed fraud on the application to be an American citizen. There are rules, people. There are rules to become an American citizen, and one of those rules is do not lie on your application and your intentions in this country. Mandani's in trouble. I'm going to tell you something. One side of me is happy Mandani wins because the morons that voted for him, and let's be clear, it was mostly the young people that have no clue about the history of this country, that have no clue why we cannot allow Muslims to be in government. We have examples from Europe. Mass illegal migration into these countries. They are destroying their Christian countries. And let me tell you something. When you people come in here into my chat and say, you're not a Christian. Oh, the Bible says to love your neighbor. Shut the hell up. That is exactly what the illegal Muslims do in Europe. You're supposed to be a Christian country. You're supposed to what? Shut the hell up. Go back to your country and respect your religion over there. Stop trying to describe somebody else's beautiful culture. I wish that they would come and say, hey, you know what? I'm a Muslim, you're a Christian, but I still love you. I just want to see if I can port anything good for your country. I want to make sure that America stays great, because one of the things that attracted me to you is that you have a great nation. Even though you worship a different, God, whatever, I want to make a difference, and I want to work here, and I want to help you. I want us to be, brothers in arms, so to speak, right? But they don't do that. They called us infidels. They on the streets of New York, just by chance, in the streets of New York, death to America. Death to America. Oh, you're going to hear that shit 4 times a day. And you don't even know what the hell that means. They're probably chanting death to you, and you're over there, oh my God, they're religious. Oh, it's so great. It makes me feel like a better person to be religious. They watch too many damn science movies. I mean, science fiction movies. You do these religious salutes, and you feel like you think that you're safe. You think that you are a better person. Let me be clear, Mondani doesn't give a shit about you. But he knows how to play you. He knows that the lazy Americans, they want free food. They want free housing. They want free medical in case they do some drugs and they get hurt, then the medical can help them. That kind of welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where a migrant is teaching Americans how to be a strong American. How's that, Mondani? I would eat this guy alive on a debate. Tax the rich. Really, that's the answer for you. Okay, tax the rich. What is the rich going to do to the poor people when they say, hey, you know what? This movement of human rights bullshit has been going on for too long. The moment that you get... I was going to ask this question. Nobody had the balls to call me. Here's the question. When capitalists stop pouring in all the money that they're pouring in, how are socialists going to support their free everything? Go on. You think that if the government owns your grocery stores, you think that they're going to be cheap? It might be for a little bit. I don't support that racist Nick Fuentes, by the way. He's an idiot. He is so smart, and he has not 1 ounce of wisdom. I will take wisdom over smartness anytime. You know why? Because just because you're smart, it doesn't mean you can get wise decisions. See, to be wise, you have to know how to use common sense. You can be smarter than me, and you can know and retain more information, but the decisions that you're making contradicts everything that you have read and know because you don't practice it. You can know it, and yet you don't understand jack squat of what you know. Isn't that weird? That's crazy, ain't it? It's crazy, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Now, you guys know that English is my second language. Samoan is my third language. I got French, but that's not a really, I don't really go and defend myself with French. I know certain sentences. Thank you, Leopold. I am a sellout. Fantastic. Go on, man. Come on. Come and really tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel. It bugs you that I tell you the truth, doesn't it? Oh, you hate it when I stick up for American people, don't you? Yeah. You know what? God's purpose sent me to this country when I was 13 years old. And look at me now, half a century old, and I'm standing up for the American people. What a time to be alive. What a time to be in the United States of America, and in the times that we live in today. It is needed because those natural born citizens have forgotten how great it is to be an American. And you get a migrant to remind you to protect your country. You need a migrant to come and tell you that your enemy is destroying you by invading you with mass illegal migration. You need a migrant to come and tell you that all your American benefits are not yours. You need a migrant to come and tell you that you are losing your country. Let's go. You think that I'm upset because some communists won in New York? No. I'm upset because I hate seeing such a beautiful thing going to waste. That's what I'm upset about. I don't hate anybody. But I gotta tell you the truth. Sometimes you need a spanking. This clown, well, just happened to be on that pause, but he has no clue what he's talking about. I was listening to him. He was live today. I was listening to him, and I'm like, okay, let's see what Bernie has. Maybe something happened, and maybe I'm not aware of. Let me try to understand where he's at. As a millionaire himself, he should know that if he starts giving most of his money, think about this. He is a millionaire. They get charged 50% taxes. Okay, 50% taxes. I know what that feels on my week salary. That made me homeless. Now, he's not going to be homeless on 50% taxes, but do we really need to raise more taxes on the rich? He said $1 trillion in tax cuts for the rich. And how many taxes do they pay every year? More than 70% of the taxes collected come from the rich. You know what happens when you start taking away all their money? You start taking away all that ambition. Because when you have a dream that is hard to reach, and I can tell you that most of you socialist people that come into my channel don't understand, you are so entitled and you think that because we're the greatest country on earth, you deserve to have everything free. I don't think so. Work your ass off for it. Nothing that comes free is ever blessed to you unless you deserve it. It's not a blessing. You have to deserve it. You got to earn it. How do you earn it? Oh, if you say, well, I'm disabled, I can't work, how do I earn it? Well, I'm a veteran, and I got here PTSD, and how do I earn it? You calling me lazy? Are you hating on me? No. You know how you earn it? Being thankful. Say thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would do without you paying all those taxes. I can go to work, but you're paying those taxes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anything else that you can do to maybe help more people? That's legit. But don't demand shit. You got to earn it. Work for it. Get with the program. I wish that I was getting paid for this. It'd be so much easier. Oh my God. I'm going to tell you, in the last 48 hours, I've gotten a total of 4 hours of sleep. Because I got to come in here and I got to get in touch with the news. I got to see what is being done, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in South America. I want to see what diplomacy is being applied in the world to find out where we are as Americans. You don't do anything but to bitch and complain. You don't let real Americans get to work. Just get the hell out the way, man. Just get out of the way. Let us work. Let us do our thing. Let us keep supporting the troops. It is obvious that the Democrats want the government shut down, and I think that's the best thing they have ever done, because it makes me realize, and hopefully it makes you realize, that the Democrats in office right now, they're not real Democrats no more. They are just a brick, a dead brick. They're an anchor that we're dragging in the desert, and we got no water to drink. That's what the Democrats are to the United States of America. You're pulling this way behind you, in the desert, not only do you not get any help pulling that crap, you get no water. You know what's going to happen? Eventually, you're going to kick the bucket. So what do we do to help? Speak the truth. Talk truth. Unbelievable. Look at everything, all of this yesterday was green. Where the stock market, where's the stock market center located right now? All of it. All of this part right here. What the hell is this? Let me see if I can move it. All of this was green last night. These are all the stock. Everything was green. Now I've seen green and red, green and red. I get it. I've seen that. But now, take a look at that. I'm going to tell you what's happening in Florida. It's okay, Scott. I will block them and kick them out if they cross the line to my standards. If I miss a comment, guys, just ignore them. Forget about it. I hope they learn something. In Florida, real estate agents are about to make bank. Oh my God, I wish I was a real estate agent in Florida right now. I tell you that right now. I'll be making millions as a real estate agent right now. You guys don't know. You can celebrate Mondani's here, win and all this other crap. But look at that stats on the stock market. I feel sorry for everybody that's playing the stock market. That's horrible. Wait, there's a green number down here. Oh, there's a couple. Nikkei, Shanghai, of course, Shanghai is up. Hang Seng is up. Isn't that wonderful? That's the American way. That is the American way. Oh, man. America last. It should be first, but America last. America last. Unbelievable. Let me refresh to make sure that it's not an old stat. Nope, it's legit. Yep, it's fresh. It's fresh. Unbelievable. Let me see. Is the gold down as well? Where's my gold? I think gold is down as well. Let me see the markets over here in a new window. It doesn't even put the gold in here. Last night, the gold was negative. Where is my gold? And I don't even play the stocks, by the way. Oh, Church and Dwight company is making a little bit of money there. GoDaddy's making some money. Why? Because they're services. They're online services. These are not factories. Yeah, I don't see the gold. But you get the point. We want to make sure that we put America first, period. That's not America first. Now, let me tell you what they're getting ready for after this sip. Salute, my friends. Never surrender. There is, who was this guy? Man, I forget who the business guy was. There's an old man. He's a billionaire. They asked him what, is he going to do what Mondani says? Now, he didn't really, he didn't say, yeah, I will support him 100%. He said that he will help any mayor of New York. But they're not always going to do what they say. I wish it would have been more clear with that answer. But I can tell you that a lot of millionaires and business owners are actually moving out of New York. Now, I'm going to find something here for you. It's probably going to make me log in. Give me a second here. Oh, no, I have a window for that already. Okay. So let me see if I can find this video here real quick. I got so much shit open in my computer. Let me see if I can find this video here real quick. Let me go to my home screen here. And I wanna. We're gonna listen to Charlie Kirk, but listen to this guy, the Cam Higby, the Cam Higby. Listen to this. He's gonna ask some questions to Democrats about why they're voting for Mandani. And here you go. This is how his interview went with people.
What do you think Zoran's best policy is?
I think affordable housing, smaller classrooms, free buses, lower rents, freezing the rents for rent-stabilized
That
buildings.
sounds great. How do you achieve that?
I think that he has really high hopes, and I think that he has a lot of energy. And I
Achieve it through hope, or
I think he's going to achieve it by really having a smart way of dealing with people and picking the proper people to work with him.
what is that smart way of dealing with it?
I think that he has a good. I think he has a good sense of
He's
people
awesome.
around him. I think he makes good choices, and I think he works well with other people.
Where does the money come from?
He will figure it out. Like I think that
He hasn't yet.
I think nobody knows where they're going to do it first. I think they work it out as they go along. They don't have a plan. It's like
I agree. There's no plan.
it's a process.
I certainly agree. There's no plan. That's for sure. Question: what is
Man, this guy is awesome. I like this guy. I subscribe to him now because I didn't see him before, but I love it. He's got some great questions. Great questions. Just like here when I ask the people that come into my channel to hate me, here, give me some answers. How is that going to work? Give me something to change my mind. I really want you to change my mind. I cannot believe that we are right 100%. There's no way that we are right 100%. Somebody change my mind.
Mamdani's best policy?
Childcare for all.
What's he going to do for childcare?
He's going to make it available for everyone.
Yeah.
How's he going to do that?
Like this.
He has a plan in terms of taxing and saving money, and I think it's will help everyone.
What is the plan, though?
What is the plan?
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel bad for people like these guys.
You're campaigning for him, right? What's the plan?
Oh yeah, these people that he's asking these questions to, they're actually campaigning for Mandani.
You mean how is he going to fund that? There will be childcare for.
But how do you achieve that?
Well, we've achieved it for pre-K for threes, and you just expand it so that it's.
How do you expand it?
Well, you use the schools, use existing facilities, and you use existing tax base and money that's being wasted on consultants to pay for.
It's all consultants' fault. Hold on. John Call says, my buddy from Washington just turned me onto your channel, and I'm running for governor in Colorado, so hopefully this is a sign that the power is going back to the people and away from the profit. Fantastic. Trinity, can you put my email down, the Gmail account that I have in there? Can you put that email down so that John can send me an email? Maybe we can chat about it. We want patriots. If you're in Washington State, of course, I want you to subscribe. We're going to run a hardcore campaign. If we get enough people together, we're going to run very hard for the actual American people. Migrants, they're last. Americans first. John, we can talk about it. I want to make sure that anybody that comes in contact with me, that is going to align with me, that we are honest, that we are not deceitful, and that we really want to look for the best interest of the actual people that we're going to be serving. Okay, so none of this tax increase nonsense. We're going to make sure that we put a team together that's actually going to know how to run a damn budget. And we are not going to be approving stupid programs that are just wasting money that is not going to benefit our states.
For it.
I still don't understand, where does the money come from?
Well, he's explained that over and over. So there's going to be there's wasted money, and
Where can I find where he's explained it?
On this website.
Go to the website. Go to the website.
Why do I vote for Mamdani?
Look at this guy. You know he got no papers.
Yeah, so he's building affordability for New York.
He's doing what?
He's building affordability for New York.
How does he do that?
Yeah, so
He said he's building affordability for New York. Taxing the rich.
The rich already pay the majority of taxes in the city. Top 1%, 90%, 50% of taxes. Top 50%, 90% of taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
They already do that. I mean, don't you think the rich people will just leave New York and then you can't tax them anymore?
yeah.
Ma'am, what's your favorite Zoran policy?
Just his cute little smile.
That's it.
Little smile.
I'd say as a person who enjoys public transit,
She was not joking, by the way. A lot of the youth, all the females that are her age or around, say the same thing. I guess nobody's going to vote for me because I'm getting old and bald and I am not good looking. I don't know how this is going to work. Holy Spirit, let it be you always, because this ugly, unattractive face is not going to attract the young voters.
probably his fast and free buses, like pilot program and what he's trying to do with that.
What is the bus program?
It is creating bus lines for New Yorkers that are more accessible and would be state funded, or city funded, so that there's no fare, and hopefully they'd be more efficient.
So I'd ask two questions, like how do you pay for that? And then also, what would you say to people who would argue this would make the buses more dangerous in New York?
Well, first I'd ask them why they believe that would make buses.
Hold on, baby. Hold on. What did you say, man? Knife? Hope Washington State has enough brains not to listen to this fool. Now, let me see. Hold on. Let me go ahead and give you some time. Cut taxes. Americans first. Immigrants last. Illegal specifically. We're going to help the farmers. We're going to make sure that the budget is followed to the T. We're going to make sure that people get audited. We will allow the federal government to check our voting rolls. We're going to allow them to audit and supervise and to make sure that everybody that's using a voter ID is legitimately registered in the system as a legal citizen, not as a fake migrant that has no citizenship in this country. One of the audits that they have done so far found that the DMV was registering illegals or undocumented people when they were receiving the license as registered voters. There is a lot of shady stuff that's going on with the voting rolls. It needs to be audited. It needs to be inspected, investigated. It needs to be flipped inside out. And we're going to go make sure that we give all that information out there, because when I stand on the podium to speak the truth, I want every single one of you American patriots to hear what they've been doing to us for the last couple of decades. I can't wait.
More dangerous because there have been studies, and I'm not like a genius on any of this, I'm just a hopeful person, but I'd say there have been studies that show that more frequent use of...
Hold on, sweetheart. I like this. Let's see. Don Mitch. I live in Washington State, and it's been corrupted for years. I'm not making this shit up, guys. Hold on, but somebody said something about AIPAC. Where is it? Van Lyck. Let me see. Oh, so this guy hates Israel, by the way. Lyon. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Parlez-vous français? Comment vous avez-vous? Je m'appelle Denis. Comment ça va? Yeah, oui, monsieur. Go ahead, say something. Yeah, okay. Anyway. C'est la merde. That's who you are. All right, so hopefully there's no French people in here because they will know what that means. Let's go. I am an American. If they keep the taxes on the rich, you won't have a job. Okay, I think that's what you're saying. Here we go. Dennis is swimming in AIPAC. Brown nose. Güero, shut the hell up, bro. That's not cool. You know it's not true, so shut up. You should know better than that. You've been in this channel for a bit. You should know better. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm going to say about AIPAC. As much as you guys don't like it, I just don't give a shit. And I'm going to tell you why. You guys are so ungrateful right now. If it wasn't for Israel, the Muslim terrorists will be running rampant right now in the United States of America. We've had attacks before. We get intel from Israel. Israel is the apple of the eye for the Muslims. I think that's how the saying goes. It is in our best interest, because we believe in America first. It is in our best interest to support Israel. Does AIPAC gives us money? Of course. It's the lobbyist. It's what they do. How much money do the Democrat politicians get? Do you think Mandani is not getting money from Muslims? You think Mandani is not laundering money from Muslim countries? Please. We need to give them more than that. With that being said, thank you for putting that comment on there. By the way, God bless Israel. Father, thank you so much for this day. I thank you, Father, because you are great. You are the Almighty in whom we serve and we follow. Father, even those that don't believe in you, you have allowed them to prosper because you are a merciful God. Father, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I am rejoicing because you have sent your only begotten Son to die for my sins. And as I repent of my sins, turn away from my wicked ways, I believe that Jesus Christ is your Son, and I accept him as my Lord and Savior, and every day I have to affirm myself that you are my God. For I live in the flesh. Father, protect us. Lead me not into temptation. Free me from all temptation. I give you thanks, and I pray today in the name of Jesus Christ that your Holy Spirit be upon Israel. May you be protecting them, strengthening them, and keep giving them wisdom to defend themselves. Show your mighty strength through our friend Israel. And on the same token, Father, look after the United States of America. We are under attack from within. Our enemies know that they cannot touch us with missiles, with war, because they will be defeated, and the world will see their evil so clear that they will have no support. But we know the old snake is out here seeking to destroy every single one of us that believes in the truth and stands for what's right and what's just. Father, give us the wisdom to continue on the good fight. Give us the strength. Give us the patience. Oh, Father, I glorify you this morning and I praise you. Only you are holy, holy, holy. Only you are perfect. Only you are without any spot. And we thank you for your grace. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And all the demons that are still left in this chat, it is what it is. All right, let's continue. This guy is awesome.
Buses leads to less assaults to bus drivers, and it's the general kind of idea that in community there's usually a bit more safety, which is why when you go on the subway at night and it's a very sparse car, you're less likely to get into it because if you're alone or just with a couple other people, there's less of the social pressure.
But we have assaults in New York on the subways every day, and the subways actually cost money. So I think you end up with a lot of people who do violent things in the subways, even when it costs money. It seems like when you make it free, it'll probably be a little bit more dangerous.
Well, I think that's probably why it's making the buses fast and free first, because I think they're more contained and the stops are also visible. I think the subway is something else that he has ideas for.
I think the subway, the buses would just turn into this.
Well, let's be clear. Israel is not all good. If it was all good, I wouldn't pray over it. That is the reason why we pray, my friend. And that's one thing that non-believers will ever understand. That's why we say thoughts and prayers. We understand what it takes. We don't pray for the perfect. We don't pray for the ones that are already strong and they don't need help. We pray for those who actually need it. Israel's not perfect. Not everybody's good. Tell me how many Americans here are good. There's your answer. Don't open your mind, my friend. Open your mind.
Subway, but worse if they're free. And also, how do you make it free? Like, how do you pay for it?
Well, typically with revenue that is generated by taxes. And while that seems very daunting to a lot of people because they're like, oh no, everyone's going to now make.
I want to point out, they get revenue by taxes. And then, because she's not paying that amount of taxes, it's okay to go ahead and say, hey, let the rich pay. Nah, they're the evil guys. Who are they going to tax when the rich leave? That's what I want to know.
Make the same amount of money. That's not what taxes do. There are states that have the same corporate tax, or that would have, New Jersey has the same corporate tax rate that Mamdani.
Ooh, I like this. Listen to this. He's really good on this part. He's better than me, by the way. He is probably smarter and more knowledgeable than I will probably ever be. Listen to this.
Is going for. So it's not an unheard of thing, and it doesn't kill business.
Do you think that
that
may be the reason why the businesses are in New York and not New Jersey?
For the I don't think so. I think that New York City has a lot of appeal that kind of supersedes money.
I think it seems like the rich people go live in New Jersey, but they do their business here in New York.
Exactly. So
because the taxes are higher in New Jersey for corporations, right?
Well, they are, but I don't. I also think that New York, I used to live in New Jersey. I live here now. I don't think people are like really trying to do business there as much as New York City, because New York City is the biggest and greatest city in the world.
For now, I think.
For now.
Unless Zoran gets elected, probably.
And you know what? That's your opinion, and that's all right. And like, honestly, we'll see.
Okay.
And I hope you have a lovely
Well,
day.
I appreciate you chatting. What do you think?
Awesome job, man. Kudos to this guy. It's Cam Higgy. You guys can go and subscribe or follow or whatever the hell that's called in X. I don't know if you guys can see that. You guys can see that, right? Let's see if that's better. Go follow. You know, these guys are doing probably an even harder job than I'm doing. You know, not sleeping enough, you know, trying to do research and doing all this stuff. These guys actually go on the street and they are more in danger of being assaulted. And so we have to show some support, guys. You guys should really look into that, okay? All right, let me see what else I have out here on my feed. We're going to go to Charlie Kirk here in a bit. Be patient. All of those who are Charlie Kirk followers are going to like this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let you listen to this little speech here. It's about a minute. I got to do something else here on my computer, but I want you to listen to this. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. This is why people say he was hateful, but you don't understand what he's talking about. That's why you go with the narrative that this guy was evil. Man, this man was a great man. God bless you, rest your spirit.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Yep. I will never be able to compare myself to him. The guy was just full of wisdom, man. He was the greatest. He was the greatest. Whether you like him or not is irrelevant. it doesn't matter to me. He was very good. He was very good. Thank you, God, for Charlie. Thank you for that.
The guy is just full
let
of
me see.
wisdom, man.
Sorry, he's. I was opening my channel so I can follow your chat here. All right. With that being said, you can say whatever you want about me, but the truth shall set you free, my friend. Yep, that's right, Jai. There's one more here. House Republicans are now pushing to strip New York City new mayor-elect Zoran Mandani of his U.S. citizen. Oh, shoot, I mentioned this. Of his U.S. citizenship and deport him, claiming he gave false details on his 2018 citizenship application. So wait a minute. He's been a citizen for 7 years. Interesting. So you have, well, that's the rules, I guess. Anybody that is a citizen can run for government. Thankfully, thankfully, he cannot run for president. That's for sure. Let's go ahead and take a listen to him real quick and see where he stands with this. What he has found. Let's take a look.
Congressman Andy Ogles has said that this man should be deported. And he actually joins us now from a actual moving car. That's a busy politician right there. Congressman, good to have you on. You say Mamdani should be, you have a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi demanding an investigation into whether Mamdani should be subject to denaturalization proceedings on the grounds that he may have procured U.S. citizenship through willful misrepresentation or concealment of...
Nola G, I want you to go ahead and call me after I get done with this video. And I want you to tell me why I'm hypocritical. And I want you to tell me why you say that. See if you have the balls to call me.
Material support for terrorism. Give us your claim here, sir.
Well, so part of the process when you fill out the naturalization forms, which, here's a copy of one here, is you've got to disclose your activities. So like communism, anti-American activities. And so in 2018, when he was naturalized, he failed to disclose some of the things that he had been doing, one of which was joining the Democrat Socialists of America. That's a communist organization, which quite frankly, at that time, would have disqualified him from becoming a United States citizen. So what we're encouraging to do is the Justice Department to look into the timing of his joining that organization. It would have been anti-American. It would have fit the definition of what he would have been required to disclose, and quite frankly, would have made him most likely ineligible to become a naturalized citizen. So if that's true, then the process could begin of him being denaturalized. Now, that being said, even if we can't prove or dot the I's and cross the T's and get this guy on this, and create the template for these other individuals who come to this country. They're sleeper cells. They want to undermine our way of life. They want to take advantage of our generosity. Enough is enough. Look, I'm a proud American. I love my country, love my flag, I love my God, and I love my family. And I'm tired of us being taken advantage of by the rest of the world.
Yeah, it's something to see this. We've gotten so complacent with the threat of what this ideology can bring to this country, and it really is scary how it's just celebrated in the streets now. It used to not be that way. Congressman, we appreciate you coming on. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, thank you.
Wow. It is unbelievable that people don't see the truth.
spiritual battle.
They don't see the truth, even if it's hitting them in the face. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be my next read. But I want to address some stuff in here in the chat. Let's see what you guys are doing in here. Let's take a look. Let's see. Wedo, I'm a felon and an American. Can I run for mayor? Well, what felony have you committed? If you have the balls to put it on the chat, I will tell you yes or no. Fake accusations don't count. So if you're a felon, depends on your felony, okay? There's different levels. Look it up real quick, Google it, and find out that there is different levels of felonies, and then we'll talk about it, okay? All right, let's see. Dutch Kid says, Zagmeyer, that's the truth. What is the truth? We're not going to go back. Let's see. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. Oh, okay. Yep, I agree with that. All this MAGA crying this week is just great for the UD. I don't know what the hell that means. Let's see. Nola says, because you don't possess the fruit of the Spirit. Let's go. That's why Nola G says you are a hypocrite. So Nola is actually talking to himself or herself in a third person. Do you go by they, them? Are you one of those? Okay. So let's go ahead. I want a question, okay, out of that. I want you to ask me, what are you talking about? Hypocrisy, it's saying something to you that I don't do. Hypocrisy means that I tell you this is what the truth is and I don't follow it. The Bible is not one scripture. There's context. And every verse in the Bible comes to a story. What is that story about? What is the moral of the story? There's always a story. What's the plot? What's the meaning? What is the teaching? Does it speak to one side only, or does it speak to everybody's side? You see, I believe, and I bet you haven't done this, but I actually was with World Vision, delivering and preaching the message of the good news to damnified victims. I deliver clothing, I deliver food, and I deliver the bread, the Word of God. What have you done? I have used entire paychecks, 100% of my income, to help people in the church. What have you done? I have counseled hundreds and hundreds of marriages and people. What have you done? I have coached and I have supported hundreds and hundreds of teenagers, thousands of young kids in sports. What have you done? I will go on and show me your resume. Mr. Christian knows everything. Mr. Nolan knows a couple of things from the Bible and has the nerves to call somebody a hypocrite. I have spanked my kids when they disobey, when they are being bad, when they are being disrespectful to their elders. But I have also shown them love and compassion. And discipline is one of them. What have you done to raise your children, if you have any? You're probably one of those rebellious teenagers that says, when I grow up, I'm going to let my kids do whatever the hell they want. And well, you are probably product of that rebelliousness. All right, enough about me. Here, okay, let me read this right here. Okay, Proverbs 13, 8 and 9 say, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all of the destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. So when have I not done that? You have to understand, we have borders. We have laws. What kind of a Christian would I be if I tell you that, to be honest, it's a Christian thing to be? How am I not going to be a hypocrite in your eyes? You have this big pole in your eye, and you want to criticize me for standing up for justice and righteousness. I believe on defending the American people and their rights, because that is the nation for the Americans. I will defend the rights of Mexicans in Mexico. I will defend the rights of Hondurans in Honduras. There's a big difference. Don't play stupid scripture games with me. You're never going to beat me on that. Not because I'm the wisest, but because I speak the truth. You got scriptures, but you have no wisdom. You put a scripture with one sentence on it, and yet there's no context. What do we do with criminals? Criminals are poor. Criminals are needed. They're needy. They're needy. What do you do with criminals? Go on then, Nola. You're so smart. Go on. Tyrone, I know you don't know truth if it hits you in the face. Let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. How is that lying? Go on. How is that lying? You're the hypocrite. You bring up the Bible and you bring up scripture, and yet you don't follow the laws of the land. You don't follow God's teachings. I know way too many fake Christians. A lot of demons. Satan, and specifically, knows the Bible better than you and I do. But the Holy Spirit knows God better than Satan. And I let the Holy Spirit guide me. Whether you like my words or my tone is irrelevant. The truth is the truth. You don't spank your children or you don't discipline your children because you say, oh, it hurts my feelings to discipline my child. I love them so much. Well, if you did, you will discipline them. Teach them the right way so that they can grow up to be people with good character, with discipline, with good morals, that they will help, but they will also know the limit to how much they can help. We're not God. We're humans. Jesus' view on immigration: respect the law of the land. If you go to somebody's house and they don't welcome you, you turn from that house and go somewhere else. Doesn't get any simpler than that. Does not get any simpler than that. He didn't say go to somebody's house. And if they don't welcome you, well, force yourself in. He doesn't say that. He says respect the law of the land. See, Jesus didn't come over here to this earth to destroy the law. He came here to fulfill it. If you really want to help people, you got to tell them the truth. Stop enabling bad behavior because of your little conflicted emotions. You don't even know what the hell your purpose is on this earth. Go ahead, Nola. Tell me, what is the purpose for your life on this earth? Convince me that I'm wrong. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Sly, bro, you have been saying so much negative shit against me, your word is useless now. No, Güero, I like that kind of spamming. That's okay. Evil stuff, I don't want spamming. Like the crackhead Chris that comes in here once in a while and just starts posting how great Obama is. Even after I post videos of Obama when he's here, he still supports it. So, oh man. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. When you come into my chat, guys, I appreciate you, being respectful and all that stuff. I thank you for that. Hey, Sly, check this out. Get the hell off my chat. Oh, man. Listen, if you're going to be on here and you're not a conservative, you're not supporting patriots, you don't support Christ, that's fine. But come in here. Yeah, that's the one. Crackhead Chris. You know it. You know it. But I want you to please, don't just put insults. Stop saying dumb shit. Give me something positive. Tell me, what have Democrats done for Americans? Okay? Hey, Dodge, what's up? Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. My bad. I've been busy trying to speak the truth over here to these people that are so deaf and blind. It's very hard. It's very hard to speak the truth to some people. They don't like it. Oh, Dennis, got you. That's bad. So you got to give people a chance. All right, here we go. I'm going to give you a break from my annoying voice. Don't get Güero too excited. He loves crack. Hey, Güero, I want to know, what is your felony, my friend? Tell me what your felony is, and I tell you if you are a Democrat. You like that? Hulk smash, let's go. You know what, Hulk? You just reminded me, man. You just reminded me. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee, and I want you guys to play nice. And let me see, where did I put my little folder? All right. Give me 1 minute break, and then we're going to go ahead and read Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's comments. Thank you guys so much for your love, for your support. This is for you, my members, all my patrons. If you're not a member, it's all right. You subscribe. You support me with your comments, and I love you for that. So here we go. Enjoy this. All right, guys, I hope that you enjoyed that little intermission there. Thank you so much, my patrons and members. You guys are amazing always, of course. Many people say, why don't you get a job? Well, this is what I do for a living. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. We're going to go ahead and take a look at a few minutes that I found here from our POTUS. Let's take a look what the hell he's getting into now. More news for our socialist and Democrat to enjoy. I'm trying to be nice, guys. I'm trying to be nice. All right, let me go ahead and expand this for you for the pleasure. And let me turn the volume
Again,
up.
we're bringing drug prices down to levels that will be as low as possible. Tremendous cuts 200%, 300%, 500%, 700%, a little bit more than that. So today I'm thrilled to announce that the two world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, have agreed to offer their most popular GLP-1 weight loss drug. I call it the fat drug, remember? At drastic discounts. They're very effective drugs. And so far, I've never heard anything bad about them. I only hear good about them. But is there anything bad about them, Bobby? I don't know. I haven't heard anything bad. Someday, maybe it'll come out, which will notify you immediately. But so far, I haven't heard that, including the drugs known as Zepbound and Wegovy, often called Ozempic. This is a triumph for American patients that will save lives and improve the health of millions and millions of Americans. Amazing thing. They are amazing. I want to thank Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine. We've worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a way. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
That's a good one, BJ.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCary, and Director of Medicare Chris Plump. And we have Steve, where's Steve? Is he here? Head of Public Relations for the White House. He's taking it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's not so good, right? It's not exactly great. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order earlier this year instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nations drug pricing, something that has been helped greatly by tariffs, because when nations refuse to do it, we should have put this in the case yesterday. I just say, well, if you're not going to do it, we're going to charge you a like amount of tariffs. And they immediately say, we'll do it, which means that Americans should pay no more than the lowest price offered anywhere in the world. So that you've heard for years the disparity where you'll pay $150 for a pill in New York and you'll pay $10 for a pill in London. Now you're going to pay $20 both, because the world is a little bit bigger than the U.S., so it goes up that way, but you'll pay $20 and $20. A tremendous advantage to our country after years of being abused by the world system. Already Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and EMD, Serrano, have agreed to drastically lower their prices for American patients, and today Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are joining the phenomenal list of the most exciting announcements. I mean, nobody's ever had announcements like, and this has to do with other pharmaceutical products also. But we're covering this today because it's such a big seller, because it's the #1 selling thing there is today. These are two companies that behind the groundbreaking weight loss drugs that have helped millions of Americans struggling with obesity live better, longer lives, everything else. These are the two companies that really broke ground. Until now, neither of these two popular drugs have been covered by Medicare for weight loss, and they've only rarely been covered by Medicaid. They've often cost consumers more than $1,000 per month, and some a lot more than that. Americans have been spending as much as 520% more for Zepbound and 1,400% more for Wegovy than patients in Europe. Think of that. 1,400% more than a patient in Europe for the exact same box. And that ends starting today. The other countries are not happy with us. Now, I don't think they like me too much, Bobby, but that's okay. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk are committing to offer Zepbound and Wegovy at most favored nations rates for American patients. This will slash the cost of Wegovy from $1,350 a month to ultimately $250 a month. $1,350 to $250. Did I do a good job? They don't write about it. You know, they like to not write these things. And reduce, you think Biden could have done this? I don't think so. And reduce the monthly cost of Zepbound from $1,080 to $346. In addition, they're both committing that future GLP-1 weight loss drugs taken orally, which are currently under development, will be sold at no more than $149 per month. It's a massive, think of that. You go from $1,300 to $149 a month. We anticipate these new versions will be coming out in a very short period of time. All of these drugs will be available directly to the consumer at TrumpRx.gov. Trump, they want to use my name. Trump, it better be good. TrumpRx.gov. And I think it's turning out to be pretty amazing, right, Oz? Just as significantly, Medicare and Medicaid will finally cover the cost of these weight loss drugs for millions of patients suffering from obesity. Co-pays for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous savings. I mean, now you're talking about from $1,350 to $50. This is tremendous news for the American seniors. And you all remember when I had 1/8% for the year. I cut it 1/8, and I was so thrilled. But now we're cutting it 1,000%, 1,200%. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Nobody else could have done it, but I say that modestly. In addition, you think it was easy dealing with these people? It wasn't. You think it was easy saying your drug, Mr. Eli Lilly, that we're selling for $1,300 is going to be sold for $250. You know the amazing thing, the stocks all went up. I mean, these guys they're fantastic. Because it's going to equalize the world. The world's a bigger place, and it's going to equalize. I was a little surprised to see that, but I'm happy about it. In addition, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have agreed to provide all of their other medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. Most favored nations, meaning that you will pay the lowest price anywhere in the world. That's what you're going to pay. Whereas before they paid low prices and we paid, you know, thousands of percentile ahead more. And to sell these drugs to all consumers at deeply discounted prices via TrumpRx.com. When is TrumpRx.com opening?
The site is open. It will launch in terms of giving people prices before the end of the year.
Okay, got to make sure it's successful. It's got my name on it. I don't want to be like so many others. I don't want to be like the train they're building in California, okay, which has about a 15,000% cost overrun. Or the beautiful Obama building that he's building in Chicago for the museum, which is now shuttered up and dead. They got it up, and they couldn't finish. It's about, would you say, 5 years behind schedule? And about 2,000% over budget. Then he tells us how to run Medicaid. Many of the most widely used drugs will be available for 60% off, or even more than that. In addition, all new medications introduced by Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to the American market will be sold at the heavily reduced most favored nations price. Most favored nations price, that's the best. Because they have been thousands of percent lower than what we were selling in many cases. Furthermore, Eli Lilly is investing $27 billion. That's all. And Novo Nordisk will invest $10 billion. That's all. That's peanuts. In the United States to reshore, do a big domestic manufacturing job in the facilities. They're going to spend, so Eli Lilly is spending $27 billion. Novo is spending $10 billion in the United States. So they're building new plant and equipment. That's part of.
Hey, I want you to listen to this because I don't want you to ask me stupid questions again that nobody's signing anything and there's no deals being made, okay?
what will be 20 or 21 trillion dollars this year. There's never been anything like it. I know
Sure,
nobody
Dirty.
talks about it, but there's never been anything like, I would say, you would say, that there's never been anything like this ever in, whether it's China or Europe, or you could take all of Europe, there's never been anything like this. So we're already past 17 trillion. We're gonna be, I think by the time the year closes out, we'll have investments of over $21 trillion based on the way we're going. And by the way, tariffs are very important. Without tariffs, perhaps it could be a little bit different, to put it mildly. Tariffs are so important. The decision in the Supreme Court would be devastating to our country if we got a negative, devastating if we got a negative decision. But this is a great day for American health and healthcare, and for all of American patients. These are things that are miracles to have this happen. And they're, you know, we're bringing all our medicines, again, because of tariffs, we're bringing all our medicines. If you remember where during COVID, we made almost no medicine here. We had to go to China, we had to go to Ireland, we had to go to other places, UK, to get our medicine. We didn't make it here. Now we're making it, we'll soon be making it all here, again, because of tariffs. And my election, but because of tariffs much more. For years, politicians have talked about making healthcare affordable, but my administration is actually doing it. Americans deserve the best healthcare in the world, and we're now getting the best healthcare at the lowest price. So I'd like to ask somebody who's doing a fantastic job, Secretary Kennedy, to say a few words, followed by Dr. Roz, Dr. Klopp, and then Eli Lilly, CEO David Ricks, and Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar. These are incredible stars in that business. Like Dustar is a big star. And I can tell you that David Ricks is one of the hottest people in the world in business, but the business that he's in is pharmaceutical. And the job he's done with Eli Lilly is incredible. Both of these gentlemen, they really are stars in the truest sense. And it's an honor to have you in the White House, and go to it, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking you, Mr. President, for declaring.
I hate Bob Kennedy. Look how old he is. This guy is ripped. I love Kennedy, man. He's such an inspiration.
War on chronic disease in this country. This is something no American president has ever done. If we want to solve the chronic disease crisis, we have to tackle obesity. Obesity is the #1 driver of chronic disease. 50% of our adult population are obese or overweight, and it drives about 50% of healthcare costs in this country. Diabetes, cardiac diseases, we are going to see a decline because of this historic agreement. We're going to see a decline in costs, but also, more importantly, in the afflictions themselves. There are, President Trump is the friend of the forgotten American. Obesity is a disease of poverty, overwhelmingly. And these drugs have only been available for people who have wealth. At one point, the majority of prescriptions, the highest concentration of prescriptions in this country, was the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And what about the people who live in rural areas, who live in food deserts? What about the people in urban areas who live in food deserts and are suffering from obesity and are locked into that system where they can only get ultra-processed foods, which are aggravating the problem? This will be a lifesaver to them. It's not a panacea. It's not a silver bullet. President Trump has also instructed us to address and end the root causes of chronic disease, and we're doing that. We're about to release dietary guidelines that are going to change the food culture in this country. They're going to change the kind of food the military gets. They're going to change the kind of food that our children get. We're releasing those in December. The Presidential Council for Physical Fitness is going to get more Americans into, particularly our children, into physical activity so that we can attack the root causes of this. But in the meantime, there's nothing more important than we can do than lower this price. As I said, it is the #1 cost of all.
Hey, have some respect.
Drugs. This is the biggest drug in our country. That's why this is the most important of all the MFN announcements we've made. This is going to have the biggest impact on the American people. All Americans, even those who are not on Medicaid and Medicare, are going to be able to get the same price for their drugs, for their GLP drugs. This happened because of the vision of David Ricks, of Mike Dustar, and the other people, and the people on our team who figured out a way to align the interests of the shareholders of their company with the health of the American public. And it is a momentous accomplishment. It took months and months of negotiations, and I had a wonderful conversation with Mike Dustar about his experience, and he thanked me for the caliber of people who are on our side of the negotiating team. Chris Klump, who walked away from $1 billion business in order to join this administration, Emma Hernandez, David Brooks, and of course, Dr. Oz and Marty McGarry, who made this happen. They saw that this could be a win-win situation, that this was not a zero-sum game. The Biden administration tried to solve this problem unsuccessfully, I might add, by throwing $40 billion at it. And they were able to achieve an agreement that will actually create savings for the American public. So we're making all of this available at a savings, and that's because the price of diabetes prescriptions is also going to drop. And the savings that we get from that are now going to make it available to people who do not have diabetes. People who have a BMI of 27 and above, or pre-diabetic, or have heart disease risk, they will be able to get it, but everybody will be able to get this drug, and it's going to change. We will lose, the American public, because of this agreement, will lose 125 million pounds by this time next year. It is going to have dramatic effects on human health in this country. And I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. He said that I'd gotten a lot done as HHS Secretary, but almost none of that is due to my ability. It's because I'm surrounded by people who are smarter than me, who are more able than me, and those people came into the administration because they were inspired by President Trump. People like Chris Klump are here because they see this.
Do you think they are smarter than you?
Yeah. Believe me, they're a lot smarter than I am.
He doesn't really mean that he's being modest.
It is true, unfortunately. But I want to thank you, Mr. President, because you've made me a success here by allowing me to attract these extraordinary people. And I want to again thank David Ricks, who we've been in this Oval Office again and again. You keep saying he's the smartest guy in industry, that he could talk a dog off a meat truck. But they came to the table, and Mike Newstar told me, he said,
Convince people for 20 years that it was okay for Europe to pay $10 and for America to pay $140. That's why they make $45, $50 million a year. He did. Finally, I said, I've had it, right? You did. He did. But anybody could do that, but they're entitled. But now it's down to what it should be.
And Mike Dusar told me what a pleasure it was to negotiate with people who were smart, who had common sense, who were able to put themselves in his position and hammer out this deal that is good for everybody. And it's great for the American public. I want to close again by just saying that this is a tool in the toolkit. It is not a silver bullet. It is an arrow in our quiver. It will allow a lot of people who are locked into high-risk obesity to finally lose weight, to reset, and then start doing the kind of things that will address the root causes of obesity. So I want to thank these extraordinary CEOs for sticking with us on this, for allowing us to make this happen. Mike Dustar said to me, he said, we've known we've had to do this for many years. We just haven't been able to get over the edge, and that this President Trump's order, his executive order, was a catalyst to do something that we always knew needed to be done. So again, thank you for your vision, for your commitment, and thank you to all the CEOs and all of my team for making this historic agreement happen.
Bobby, you haven't changed your view on Tylenol for women that are pregnant?
No. As I said,
Because there were some false reports out about Tylenol that Bobby changed his view. I don't think he's changing.
I'm not going to change until the science changes, and the science does not look like it's changing. It's getting stronger and stronger. Every day we recommend is that mothers, pregnant mothers, talk to their physicians, that the mothers of small kids talk to their physicians, and we've advised the physicians to reduce the thresholds and to reduce the amount of Tylenol that they give to children as much as possible, and only use it when it's absolutely critical.
So we're going to go through some of the deal points, but it does make itself clear that the real stake here is the forgotten man. President Trump, I believe you won the election because you remember the forgotten man. You speak to them, they hear you, they listen to you, and he connects well because he actually does things that materially change their lives. Secretary Kennedy spoke passionately, as he always does, about the problems with obesity. And just to put some very fine point numbers on this, obesity itself is responsible for half of all chronic disease and definitely generates more than a quarter of all the money we spend out of CMS, the $1.75 trillion that we spend annually. We need to address this tempest of dramatically increasing prices for health care, and you're not going to do it just by throwing money at the problem. You have to actually literally deal with the causes of the increase in price, and pharmaceutical prices are a part of that. They've been a part of it for a long time, but this president insisted that we address it. In fact, the first time I heard this directly from you, sir, was in January at Mar-a-Lago, where he took Secretary Kennedy, myself, Mr. Ricks, who you'll hear from in a second, to dinner, and demanded explanations for most favored nation pricing and what's wrong with it. And there was not a good reason against it. Now, MAHA is critical. America will have to get fit in order to right-size the healthcare system, and MAHA has the answers. It has obesity management through diet and exercise and sleep and dealing with issues related to that. And I want to say it as clear as I can. Obesity is not an absence of GLP-1 drugs. We're all clear on that. But as Secretary Kennedy said, it is an arrow in our quiver that we must use and should use. The MAHA movement means making it easier for the right things to happen, easier for you to be healthy. If you're sitting at home and watching, that's what MAHA means to me. Reducing costs of the #1 most expensive medicine category in our country for Americans does just that. It is as MAHA as it gets. Today's the 4th MFN. President Trump highlighted the first 3. Leading U.S. company, leading European company. We've dropped in fertility drugs, so we'll make lots of Trump babies, I'm hoping, by the midterms. But it's really about fairness. Fundamentally, it's fairness in pricing to Americans who have been getting ripped off, paying 3 times more than their European counterparts for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same bottle, in the same packaging. We shouldn't be paying 3 times more, and we are no longer doing that. Fairness to the forgotten man also means dealing with the reality that they can afford a life-saving, life-changing drug that 10% or more of affluent Americans take, but folks without means can't manage it. Secretary Kennedy mentioned New York City. Actually, the #1 zip code is the Upper East Side, which is where you have property. And folks who know ritzy areas buy important real estate there because those real estate properties are worth a lot there. That should not be the #1 zip code in America for purchasing GLP-1 drugs. It speaks to the fact that we have an inherently, innately unfair system that penalizes folks who can use these medications the most, folks in the Rust Belt. Now, what are you supposed to do if the right thing to do for your health is right there, but you can't afford to get it? Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications, and being fair about its distribution is essential. And we are democratizing access to these medications and dealing with a moral imperative to make sure that all Americans have access to avoiding all the obesity-related complications by making sure they can afford, if they do things right, not just MAHA-appropriate interventions, but also medications like this. In fact, we think these deals, and this part's very important, we believe these deals within 2 years, by the time the ink dries on these contracts that were signed earlier today, within 2 years, Based on our health improvements, we will be budget neutral. These drugs will not cost us money. The American taxpayers will be getting their money back. That's how important it is for us to reduce the costs of health care in this country, especially when it's due to preventable problems like obesity. In addition, we have an update, Secretary Kennedy. We thought it was 125 million pounds. Mr. President, our estimate, based on the company numbers as well, is Americans will lose 135 million pounds by the midterms. But I don't measure it in pounds. I measure it in saved lives. People can sleep again because they can breathe when they go to bed. Folks whose knees don't hurt. People who don't have heart attacks, renal failure, dementia, all the things we know are associated with obesity and much more. This wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the right tools and had the ability with a team that has been spoken of early. So I want to call out Abe Sutton. He's in the back right there. He leads the CMS Innovation Center. It made the deal possible. And they are announcing today a new model, a brand new model aimed at getting to the vulnerable populations amongst us these medications. The forgotten man will be able to afford these drugs now. Governors will be thanking President Trump. They should be calling directly, sir, because they're going to be able to afford Medicaid next year in ways unimaginable, and they will stop crowding out education and other civil services. We cannot be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. That's why today's MFN deal is a historic step forward for all America, and this is something that I don't think is partisan. There is no way you can argue against what just happened. These numbers to my side here, that's Administrator McCary, who's been instrumental in this process as well. $1,350 baseline. Chris Klump will go through the numbers, but just focus on that 245, which is what he's going to point you to. And Chris Klump has been an unbelievable leader, an innovator. You've heard his name before. He's spoken here before, but he is continuing to change the face of CMS. And I love the fact that with his leadership, we're bringing a lot of wonderful people in. Inma Hernandez has been mentioned, John Brooks as well, and many others, including Beth Kelly, who runs the legal issues around these issues, because these guys are barracudas, Mr. President. They will take you down, slice you in little bits. Howard's been there. It's no longer happening. You've got sharp folks. We're open for business. It's a generational opportunity to serve, and people are showing up. God bless you. Let me introduce now Chris Klump, who is just makes my life easier every day. I'm so proud of him.
All great deals are rooted in principles. We've talked about this before, and today we're announcing another truly great deal. I love this deal, and it's rooted in the principle of potential. This is about unlocking the full potential of every American, the grandmother, the grandfather, the father, the son, by unlocking access to affordable life-saving medications that make a meaningful difference in their lives when they need them most. That's what today delivers. It's a deal built on principle for people, for the American people, and backed by policy that works. So the most important step to getting healthy is believing that your life has value, that God meant for each of us to have purpose and joy and to live fully. Amen. And to do that, we must be good stewards of our body. Right. And the president has been fighting to provide another tool to do just this and enable this, and it's my pleasure to get to outline the contours of the deal today. So, first and foremost, customary with the three prior announcements, all of the customary most favored nation terms that you've grown familiar with apply to these two deals. So this is actually deals 4 and 5. Full Medicaid portfolios today at most favored nation prices. Shared savings from existing drug prices in Europe deployed back to the United States. All primary care drugs at U.S. net prices or most favored nation prices available on Trump RX before the end of the year, and most importantly, all future drug launches across commercial, Medicaid, Medicare, and the cash markets at most favored nation prices going forward. Now, GLP-1s. So first, under this agreement, starting doses of oral GLP-1s will cost just $149 a month for everyone. That's roughly 1/8 the cost of the list price today. For Medicare, manufacturers are voluntarily reducing their prices for GLP-1s currently used for diabetes and other covered indications to $245 per month across all doses. The savings generated from this change in prices will be used to provide new coverage to obesity and those who struggle with obesity and also have high metabolic or cardiovascular risk. Again, all for the same $245 a month. That means Americans struggling with diabetes and obesity, with heart disease, or other chronic conditions can access these life-changing drugs more affordably.
Let's go.
Medicare patients, importantly, will only pay $50 a month for a copay. This is a massive reduction from what happens today. For Medicaid, Novo and Lilly have agreed to extend the same new low government pricing to all 50 state Medicaid programs should they opt in. And we encourage them to opt in, and these will be available not just for diabetes and current covered indications, but also for obesity again. And in case you're getting tired of me saying it, at the same price of $245 a month, all covered doses. On Trump RX, the average price of injectables and orals will start at $350 on average. That's compared to roughly $500 today. And that will trend down to, you guessed it, the same $245 a month over the next 24 months. That is 1/5 of the list price. It is 1/2 of the best price in the United States today. We're hoping, Mr. President, that your friend who has to travel to England to afford these drugs will no longer need to do so and can come and do it in the United States. I'll also just mention that the $149 is $1 less than what you asked us to achieve. Just gonna make sure that's clear. So I want to highlight two other really important points that make me love this deal so very much. First, this isn't about spending more, it's about spending smarter. The savings from the diabetes drug price reductions are being used in a cost-neutral way to fund the new indications for taxpayers. That's amazing, and that happens inside of that same 24-month period. It's cost-neutral. We're spending the money more wisely. But second, this isn't just about lower drug prices for Americans, though it does do that, but together with physical activity, with healthy eating and diet, and where appropriate, the use of breakthrough GLP-1s, the real return on investment is healthier Americans, lower chronic disease, lower costs, we estimate by tens of billions of dollars a year, and most importantly, higher productivity. Today is about freeing Americans from the weight, literally and figuratively, that holds us back. It's about unlocking the potential of every citizen to live fully, to contribute fully, and to find joy in their health. We cannot reach our full potential as a nation if we do not reach our full potential as individuals. And we cannot reach our full potential as individuals if we are not healthy. Thanks to Novo and Lilly for showing up so constructively over the last several months to make this possible. In particular, thanks to you, Mr. President, for again demonstrating that you fight for every American, this time for potential. It's now my sincere pleasure to first introduce Dave Ricks from Lilly and then Mike Dustar from Novo.
Great, thank you, Chris. It's truly an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to.
Thank you, Chair Bear. You're such a lovely.
To a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, oh, are you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a break. Yeah.
Oh. God, Father, thank you, Lord, for everything that you do in our life. Father, we pray that you strengthen this man. Don't let any evil come upon him. Let it be your will, Father. Let it be your will, not our own. I pray for this man's health in the name of Jesus Christ. Oh, my goodness. That, my friends, is how fast you can be in trouble. And if you are not right with God, you're not going to have a chance to be right. Because at any given moment, we can leave this earth. And we need to make sure that we're always prepared, for you don't know when death is coming for you. And believe me, you want to be under the wing of our Lord Jesus Christ when that time comes. Because you don't want to go where you're going to go if that's not the case. I feel, you know, we have a lot of old people that are true patriots. We have a lot of people that have given a lot into this country. And I'm just afraid that just little by little we're losing all the good people, and the next generation is not listening. The next generation is not carrying the baton. The next generation is just giving into the lies of the enemy. And this is why we're here, guys. This is why we have this show. We'll pray that everything is okay. Hopefully we get an update on that. Oh, thank you, sis. I love you too. And thank you, my love. I appreciate it. By the way, that just reminded me that I need to say Dirty Money. Brother, C Unit, Trinity, you guys are amazing. I'm sitting in here and I'm telling you, I'm serious. I'm sitting in here and I'm just reading the comments that you guys are putting on there. And we need more patriots like you. We need people to really think outside the box. You guys are so full of knowledge. You know, you guys put stats on the chat. You guys have common sense. Hey, wait a minute. Karen Slater says Dennis is a paid actor. There's potential, guys. There is potential. TurningPointUSA.com. Oh, that's where the knowledge comes from. No wonder. Yeah. But you know, there's times to laugh, there's times to cry, there's times to be sad, there's times to cheer, there's times to be joyful, there's times to hear the truth, and there's time to practice the truth. And we like to do the latter the most. Okay? So with that being said, let me I know that Nola wants some attention. Now, from all the comments that I have read from Nola G and all these people that keep throwing Bible verses at me, let me just tell you that your character that you show me on here is not really convincing me that you believe what you're putting on the chat. Your hatefulness towards President Trump tells me that you don't believe what you're putting on the chat. We wish Dennis was a paid actor. Does anyone have any connections? That's right. Ah, man. Trinity, you are amazing. You know I love you very much. You have won my heart. You have won my heart. You're the greatest sister that I have on this world. And I love you very much. Say hello to your daughter. You give my love to your daughter, okay? I know this is more personal style, but man, Trinity has such a beautiful daughter, has an amazing family that she fights and lives for every day. I am very surprised. I'm very amazed. My hat's off to you, Mama. Love you very much. You're representing our natives very well, and you're representing our American citizens very well. So very proud of you for that. So thank you for all your love and all the support. Dirty Money says Dennis would make it in Hollywood. He's not gay, not a pedo, and not George Clooney. I used to like George Clooney. I don't know what the hell. I think sometimes these actors, they get lost in their imagination. They try too hard to fake themselves out that now they just believe the lies that they have invented for so long. Let's go ahead and read this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and leave a small video playing while we continue to make our points. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Let me put this in the middle so you guys can follow with me. Hopefully you can read. Oh, that's because I didn't that. Okay. Since Inauguration Day, market pundits and so-called experts have continually attempted to undermine the administration through negative rhetoric and fear-mongering. Oh my God, I've been saying this all this time. Have I not? That's not him telling me. I've been saying this for a very long time. That's not them telling me. Common sense. Think outside the box. Look what the truth is and look what the lies are, and then put them together and find out which one fits. The lies never fit. continually to have continually to continually attempted to undermine the administration through negative rhetoric and fear mongering, pushing narratives like "Sell America," and since that day, they have been dead wrong. Thanks to the one big beautiful bill, tariff revenue, and lower inflation, the S&P 500 sits near all-time high, and just as importantly, the U.S. Treasury market's total returns year to date are 6%. It is the best year since 2020 and the best of all developed bond markets this year. In fact, the U.S. borrowing cost across the curve from 2-year notes all the way to 30-year bonds are down year to date. Other developed bond markets cannot say the same. The U.S. 10-year term premium is basically unchanged, while the term premium in other bond markets are rising. Lower Treasury borrowing costs means lower corporate borrowing costs, lower mortgage rates, and lower car payments for Americans. The United States Treasury market is the world's deepest and most liquid market, and it shows, and there is a picture of that. So you can see the graph. You want some data? There's your data. With that being said, after Mondani won in New York, the stock market is not looking very pretty anymore. Let's take a look and see if anything has changed. Where is my window? Oh man, I got rid of it. Doggone it. Thank you for the subs. You guys are taking my health down. If you have noticed, there is a little bar, a little red line there, if you will. And never mind, somebody just took the lead. Who do we got here? Who is the new boss? Let me see. I can't see on my little screen here. Man, you took it? Wait, how is that possible? Let me see. What's going on? Let's see. Who is it? Man took the lead. How did you take the lead? I don't know what happened there. How did man take the lead? Unbelievable. I got to check this out. Let me see what happened. Something happened. I just don't know what the hell happened, but man, we reached 10.3 10,300 subscribers, and somehow how did men get the lead on this? I don't get it. Right now I'm confused. How did men get this? How did you do that, man? All right, I got this for you right here. I want you to enjoy the... Oh, no, not the music. Don't need that crap. We just need him. Dun, da, da, dun, da, da, dun. We'll leave that there for the rest of the chat until I get some new news for you guys. Let me go ahead and check an update here. That's the young man. YMCA. If I sing it, maybe it's not copyrighted, right? Let me see. Come on. Let me go to... There is a live going on. Tow truck hangs over overpass after crash. That's horrible. That's horrible. There's always bad stuff happening in the world, man. Let's see. No, I don't want that. Come on. Let me see what this one is. No, we're not going to do that. We already saw that. All right. I think most of the trolls fell asleep. I need some patrons to put some comments on here and tell me, how are you feeling about our chances in the United States of America being great again? I'm going to tell you, it's hard to make America great when we have a lot of Americans stopping us and millions of illegal immigrants that are supported by a lot of Americans. We have a problem, folks, and we have to address it. We have to address it. The Democrat Civil War brewing with the rise of the far left. Brian Kilmeade's show. He's actually very good, by the way. Business Forum. No. I'm going to punish you guys, and we're going to listen to your favorite character. Don't hate me, but we got to do it. We got to do it. So if you guys have joined my channel, thank you for joining me, and welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. As you guys know, we try to sit here and try to bring patriots together so that we can fight and keep speaking the truth. We want America to be great again. We help countries like Argentina. We help countries like Ukraine. We help countries like Venezuela. We help countries even like Mexico. We have tried to help Canadians. We can try to help a lot of people in this world. Some will appreciate it. Some will try to take advantage of us. And some of them are going to smear lies about us and how we are not America first. But the bottom line is, you don't know how to run a country. You don't know how to do business. You don't know jack squat about how inflation happens in our economy. You don't know what to do with real estate. You have no experience with housing and the housing authority and the low income. You have no authority to say anything. As a matter of fact, you have no right to say anything because you don't know jack squat about how this country runs. You just come over here and put your hand out and you think that's enough. You think that because you work a job and you pay taxes, that's enough. That's not enough. You have to defend your nation. You have to tell the truth. You got to support your own American people. Stop standing for illegal immigrants. Stop preaching your hypocritical religion. Stop putting scriptures from the Bible on my chat when you don't even believe in God. We're not going to fall for that. I can be a Christian all I want, but there is a law in this country. And if I say that I am any American and a Christian, I got to respect the laws of this country. And you hypocrites, the real hypocrites, don't know how to do that. So we're going to continue doing what we do, whether you like it or not. All these people that come into our chat, they're going to start saying stuff about, well, we support a pedo. Really? You supported Biden. I think Trinity mentioned there the diaries from his daughter. Talk about that. Decreations, your name tells me that you don't know what a Christian is. D, give me a phone, give me a call, buddy. Here we go. We have a volunteer. 425-583-1155. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. Come on. Dun, 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 dun. La, dun, 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 dun. Go on now. Don't be shy. 425-583-1155. Young man. Oh no, I got the ringer on this time. So go on, D. Give me a call. You want to debate? Let's do it. But hurry before I get cold feet. play some music while he gets the nurse to call. Well, where we at? Where are we at? Anybody got the balls to call and what? Change my mind. It is a Christian's duty to make sure that believers abide by the law. Call me and change my mind. Trinity, call the number, will you? Let's see if it works. Maybe I didn't pay my bill. Junior Vasquez is actually a veteran and true patriot to the United States of America. That's my Boricuan American that I love and supports me. There we go. Hey, look, the phone actually works.
No, you paid it.
I don't know, it's you. So, what's the excuse? No, not you. Hang up. I love you too, sis. Go ahead. I think the phone works. The phone works, guys. And the reason why it works is because of the support from you lovely members and those who put super chats on my channel. And I appreciate you. Doing this channel, this is how I pay the bills. This is my job. This is how I get paid. So in case you were wondering, that's how. Yeah, Trinity was calling when I was dialing, and I'm like, why did I get the voicemail? Maybe they're right. And then your call came in as soon as I was typing. All right, go on, D. You threw a big insult in there with really ballsy moves. Call the number. Come on. Go on now. You can do it. You can do it all day long. Go on. Nola, call. Change my mind. There we go. There we go. All right, thanks for calling. Who's calling? And change my mind about Christians.
Yeah, this is D. I'm a nationalist, Christian nationalist.
Christian nationalist. So
Yes,
tell
sir.
me, what are we supposed to tell illegal immigrants that break the law? What does the Bible says about breaking the law?
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Argentina, how we sent $40 billion to Argentina.
Yeah.
And we're saying F the cattle ranchers, F the soybean farmers here in America.
That's not what we're saying, but
We finally have the prices right so that way we can incentivize our own cattle ranchers to
Yeah.
go into business. And now what we're going to do is we're going to flood our market with Argentine beef. How does that make America great again? Does that make Argentina great again? Because Argentina's president is best friends with Donald Trump, Malay, who also is Jewish. I find it very odd that all the people that we give foreign aid to as Jewish presidents, Ukraine, Argentina, Israel. Why is that?
Yeah,
Tell me.
I'm surprised as a national Christian that you have that question. You're not a Christian
Yes,
then.
because have you read the Talmud?
You're not a Christian. I'll tell you that right now.
Have you read the Talmud? Have you read the Talmud?
Listen.
Do you know what they do to Christians in Israel?
You know what they do to Israel?
You know what
the world does to Israel?
Answer the question. Do not answer the question with a question.
It's not Israelis doing that.
It's the Jewish people in
It's
Israel.
not everybody. Don't be a moron. Please don't be ignorant.
It's the
Don't be
Jewish people
ignorant.
in Israel. They spit
And
on
what
people.
what do Americans do to the United States of America? Wait, hold on. Before you become a hypocrite, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Now, everybody's listening. You hear the stupid argument that this guy called himself a national Christian. Number one, he doesn't know what that means. Number two, I'm not saying Israel is perfect. There's going to be bad people in every single culture, every single religion. And let me just tell you off the bat, this is what I'm feeling from you. I discern people. Now, you don't have that gift, apparently. But I'm going to tell you what I discern. You have too much hate in your heart. You need to forgive. The moment that you learn how to forgive, you will ask that question again in a different way. Now, let me educate you on something. You might be a national Christian, fake Christian, because of lack of knowledge. But the reason why we are helping Argentina with $40 billion, it is very obvious. It is very obvious that we are investing. And the reason why we are putting the farmers on hold right now is not because we said F the farmers. That's a nice way to put it from your national Christian, whatever you are. What you haven't said after that question was that we have made a deal with China that for the next 3 years we're going to be selling tons of soybeans to China for the next 3 years. So shut the hell up and stop saying dumb shit that is not true. If because you see the $40 billion being talking about the left side of you, look at what else is happening. When you bring a problem, when you bitch and complain and whine and moan and do all these things, what I expect is this. As a father and as a business owner, as a manager, as all the experiences that I have gotten in life, what I expect is this. If you have a problem, don't just bitch, whine, and complain. Give me a solution with it. You came in here directly attacking our own country. You're attacking our own values. You call yourself a Christian, and yet you fail to understand. See, you have knowledge, but you have no wisdom out of it. You can learn all the stuff that you can, but you have no wisdom to discern what's happening. Right now, Argentina, they needed that really bad. If you don't know why socialism should not win, you are, myself, a very ignorant person and should really learn how to look at information. If we allow countries like Argentina, Venezuela, and all these other southern countries to become socialist, that same crap that they're doing in New York is going to multiply like a big bad cancer in the United States of America. So let me tell you something. The farmers got a big deal with China. They're making their money. Canadians don't have that shit. Argentina is saved because of the United States of America, and morons like you give it a bad name. That's where I'm at with that. So the next time, if one of you guys have the balls to call here, make sure that you come in here, number one, respectfully. Don't call yourself a Christian and then tell me how much you hate. That's not how it works. That's not, oh my God. You know what? I don't even know why I read Karen's comment right there. But Karen, you have no substance to anything that you say. You guys, the people that come in here, I love my haters, my faithful haters that come here. I get it. But the way that we make America first, sometimes we have to go foreignly. The reason why we support Israel, I mentioned it before. And that's because Israel has been fighting Muslim terrorists all this time. We get information from Israel. This is why we haven't been attacked lately. This is why they changed their tactics. Now, instead of bombing our cities, they come in here, become citizens, and they get into Congress. And you moron Americans out there are letting it happen in the name of Christianity. $40 billion to Argentina stops socialism from growing. So yes, we're going to support them. So yes, we're going to go fight Venezuela. And let's be clear, it's not really Venezuela. It's Nicolás Maduro and his regime. If you say that we're fighting to change regime, you're an idiot. Because you obviously don't know that Maria Machado is the Nobel Peace Prize, which tells me is the best person to be president of Venezuela. And then we're going to have over $1 trillion coming. Clean money. Clean. Honest. Earned by giving a service, by providing military aid and getting that money back. We're going to get rare earth mineral coming back to us. Not just from Venezuela, from Argentina, from Ukraine, and many other places. And you know who used to be the leader on that? China. They have so much that we got to go in different little spots in the world because we put America first. The next time you call, I ask a question. What are Christians supposed to tell people that are breaking the law? That's what I asked. Don't call with stupid stuff. That's what I said. I asked the question, what are Christians supposed to tell people that are breaking the law? Call that number. I wish Karen will call. This guy is the biggest liar snake that has ever come into my chat. You win the prize of the old snake. Satan, get behind me. That's right. Thanks for the subs, guys. We are at 10,300 plus subscribers. You guys are amazing. And I asked the question, and you come in and bring something stupid. If, you know, I had a guy yesterday, very smart guy, and I disagree with him 100% on everything he said. But at the end of the call, he actually got my respect. We agreed to disagree, but he actually brought in some situations for me to think about. You come in here and you're hating right off the bat. I don't respond to that. That's the moment you lose me. Let me tell you, hey, good morning, Berniel. Sorry, I ignored you there, brother. Let me tell you how I function. If you come into my channel, and I might be a disappointment to a lot of people, this is how I respond. You have to know how to talk to me. Don't just call and disrespect me on my channel. This is my show. It's my channel. You understand that? I open my dialogue for everybody to call in. Stay with the subject and fight for America first. If you don't fight for America first, don't call me. Don't come to my channel. Get the hell out. I'd rather have 3 people that support the United States of America and fights for the well-being of this great nation than to have 1,000 morons fight against the United States of America. Go on, call in and tell me, and that this is for those who keep throwing scriptures and bringing Christianity into the point. Tell me, change my mind, tell me what Christians are supposed to tell people that are breaking the law. And how is that being honest? How is that being a Christian? Now go on. Here we go. Oh, Rock is back. See, it doesn't surprise me, man. This guy. Do you guys get paid for this, or you guys just like punishment? I think you guys like punishment. D. Get your head out of your ass and listen one more time. In order for us to be America first, we got to make investments. Now, you can just look at one thing, but you don't think. You only see, oh, $40 billion to Argentina. Oh, my God, that's all he's doing. But you don't know that behind the scenes, this man is traveling through Asia, through all of these countries, trying to make a deal. He is working. Well, right now, this is an emergency. It's got to get done right now. I don't care. It's got to happen. And then he comes back. And President Xi's not happy. He's not happy. But he still allows that deal to happen. You know who doesn't have that deal? Canada. That's right. See, you guys are so stupid. You have allowed this country to be attacked and keep getting destroyed for the last couple decades. You have allowed that. You've been patient for the destruction of this country. But you are not patient at all to allow this country to come out of that hole. You know what? We're like a man that got thrown into a donkey that got thrown into a hole. This donkey was so smart. He kept scraping on the wall, and the dirt was coming underneath, and he kept scraping and scraping and stepping on the dirt. That's exactly what we're doing. You know what you're doing? You're digging the hole deeper, and that's not going to help anything. So let's go. Somebody change my mind. Why are Christians, or what are Christians supposed to tell people that are breaking the law? This is for you that keep putting scriptures on the chat. Yeah, Rock, boy, there you are. We are drowning because we're carrying your ass. I wish that you will help me swim so that we both don't drown. That is a very good way to put it. Well, go on. The phone number is on there. I am dope. Thank you, Karen. About time you say something nice. All right, Dick Creatious, you give me a call since you are the Christian person in here. Yes, investments like the iBubble sounds great. Oh, yeah, you know what sounds great? Free stuff. Free stuff. Tax the rich. That sounds wonderful. Free stuff. Enable laziness. Enable illegal immigration. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me about that. Tell me how that's helping our country. Go on now. There's the phone number is 425-583-1155. And again, be smart when you make the phone call. Don't be acting with hate. Change my mind. Make me a better person. You make me a better person. Go on. 425-583-1155. The number is on the screen. Thank you, Trinity. The ballroom is going to be phenomenal, says Bernie. Bernie and Trinity will have the first dance in the ballroom. Oh, man, Bernie, I wish that was true. I wish I could go to that ballroom. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what? I know what you're thinking about. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. And I hope I'm there as well if God allows me to live that long. All right, that's enough coffee for the day. Man, let's go. Let's go. Dirty Money say he goes first. All right. Since you don't want to talk about your bullcrap, hypocritical Christian I am, why don't you go ahead and just call me and answer this question. When we get rid of the capitalists in this country, how are socialists going to get all their free stuff? All right, go on, call in. I want to know, where did you go, my love? Where did you go? I want to know. Oh, 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 oh. Let's go. Let's go. You don't know what a ballroom is because you have no class. That's why, Güero. It's not for you. You know what's for you, Güero? Toma, cabrón. That's what's for you. Woo! Let's go, man. I'm telling you, 48 hours with 4 hours of sleep, I am feeling pretty great. You know what? I noticed that President Trump is aging a lot faster now. Obviously, he's on his older age, but He is aging a lot faster now, not getting enough sleep. And the only thing that keeps pushing him forward, of course, is God. But it's pure adrenaline that he is doing something great for this country. Hey, man, you asked for it, Guero. You've been asking me to give you that. Bam! Take another one. Hey, Rock, I do need a date with my wife again. Married for 14 years, my friend. And yes, we need more dates. The fire goes out if you stop stroking the flames. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep stroking the flames. I understand. Hey, John James, first TP. Toilet paper? First toilet paper. I don't know what FTP means. I'll leave it to your imagination. Maybe it's dyslexic. I don't know. So, John James, you were asking where I was at on one of my shorts. I saw that. I think it was a short or a live on one of the regular comments. Hey, can somebody do me a favor and keep subscribing so we can get man of the boss lead? Kieran, prove it. Prove to me that I'm not a Christian. Call the number. Go on and give us a lesson on what a true Christian really is. Rock, I cried way too many times. And I still have tears to shed, my friend. That is the truth. Some of these haters have been here for hours. Man, they lasted here longer than my own Patriots. We got, let's see, I'm back. You were hiding. Guys, if I have to end the show, I have to end the show. Now, yesterday, I lost my internet here at home, and that's why you saw me do that other live in my car. I was actually doing the live with one phone for TikTok, which sucked, and then one phone for, of course, for you guys. And I got a lot of response. Of course, our faithful Liberty for All dropped some super chats on there. He always makes comments. He doesn't always agree with me, but he always makes comments and asks me questions. And, putting a super chat, it's not brown nosing, it's not kissing up, it's not doing anything like that except show support and appreciation that somebody's taking the time to do something to try to give the truth for this to the people in this country. And well, whether you like it or not, this is a lot of work. I don't just come in here and make a video and just let it play as well. I am here for hours burning my tail off this chair so that I can have a live conversation with you guys, and then all you can do is a stupid little comments like Karen here, O'Connor, with no substance. I wish that you will ask an actual definite question. John James, super chats are for simps. Well, put one in there. You know what that tells me? That you're a cheap ass. That's what that tells me. You know, the people that actually subscribe and actually follow and give me comments of support. That's how I get paid with that as well. I don't just need money to pay bills. I need to be lifted spiritually, morally. You know what I'm saying? We don't just, live off money alone. We also need some substance, spiritual substance. We need to support each other. I always tell my people we gotta pray for each other. Bueno, toma, cabrón. One more for you for being cheap. Oh, man. John James, toma, cabrón. Oh, man. Yeah, transitional phase, says Berniel to Trinity about Kieran. Let's see. Super chats are your SNAP benefit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what the difference is? This is actual work. And I think I earn it sometimes. Sometimes. So people are very, very, very generous with me, even when I don't deserve it. And that's okay. I love it. You know, my sister Trinity, she's in Tennessee, and she doesn't have to put super chats on there. She's one of my members on my channel. And her knowledge, her wisdom, the friendship that she has offered me is priceless. And I'm very blessed to have people like her, people like Man, people like Berniel. Berniel actually supports a lot of people. And I appreciate that. And because of that, Berniel, I'm going to wear your business. Just for that. Because I appreciate your support, my friend. You've always been awesome. Now, Berniel has mechanic stores down in Compton, and I forget the other city, bro. But he's down in South California, and we have big projects coming up. We're hoping that God allows us to fulfill our talks, our dreams, etc. And Thunder Loco as well. We appreciate Thunder Loco as well. And let's see who's here. Melody, you're back. Man, people just like to be punished. I think people like to be punished. I think it's because they know that no matter how much they hate me, that I still love them. And maybe I'm an idiot for doing that, but I do love them. Jai says Dennis is a billionaire. And that's right, and don't you forget it. You know where my money comes from? I'll let you guess. Where do you think my money comes from? Anybody on the chat? Who gives me my money? Go ahead, Christians. Some Christians in here will get it. Who gives me money? I have no love. Pernil is his name. I don't know what that is. Is that some type of drug? Thunder Loco, you're my favorite troll. There you go. Thunder Loco says you are Trinity's perfect troll. Here you go. Toma, cabrón. Oh, man. John James, he likes it. He likes it. Toma, double for you, my friend. Ah, man. Hey, man, I thought you guys were socialists. What the hell happened to giving money to the poor? I'm poor. I'm needy. What's up? Where? Put your money where your mouth is. Come on, man. You know, I'm almost homeless, and you guys don't want to support me? How does that work? Oh, that's right. You guys are also on Snap, and you're also broke. That's what you're saying. The difference is I'm not on Snap. And I do make my money. That's all you have to know. Let's see. Cray, Mississippi. What? Your wife? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Who knows? Maybe I'll lose my wife. So what? There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is the best that I can do. Katie Watson says we're all needy. There you go. John James, I probably pay more taxes than you probably paid in your whole life. The poor aren't there by choice. That's right, Decreatious. So come on. Help out a poor man. A poor man that pays more taxes than John James. Jesse V, he has a husband, not a wife. Thank you, Jesse. Somebody acknowledges that I am gay. You will lose her soon. Probably, John. Probably. You know what I won't lose? My faith in God. And nobody can take that away from me. And that really, truly is my number one treasure that I hold dearly. And then there's my family. With that being said, any other insults anybody wants to give me? You two look alike. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Cray says, you ask who gives you money. I said, oh, okay, Cray. That makes sense. Shh. Don't tell people. What's wrong with you? I thought you were on my team. Behind every strong man is a stronger woman. Absolutely true. In this case, Trinity, my friend, my sister, she's that one woman that has all that strength, and I appreciate her very much. Let's see. She wants a socialist. Yeah, sure, because socialists, they know how to make money. That's right. This channel is, well, no, Berniel, I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? It has to be. Okay. unofficially, this channel is sponsored by Berniel. Bell Enterprises, baby, let's go. 100%, let's go. Can't believe you got a plug in there, man. You got a plug in there. Let's see. Hey, John, you can insult me. Don't insult my wife. Don't insult my wife. Be nice. I said nothing about your wife or your mama or your kids. It's all about you and me. Nobody else, all right? Let's see. People don't call because they can't take you seriously. Well, make me serious. With how horrible ICE is becoming, this country needs more Mandanis. You know, Anthony, a good point there. I'm glad that you said that. This is why I like my lives. You know, people actually make good points. Let me tell you what I see. Every single time the ICE comes for somebody, it never fails. Every single time. People run, people resist arrest, and that's why they get treated the way they get treated. Whether you're a man or a woman, if you resist, force needs to be used. If you believe that you are innocent, you will trust the courts. You will trust that you will be set free once you prove your case. But if you have orders of deportation, it doesn't matter if you're a doctor in this area. Unless you're one of those really, really needed doctors, you might still just get deported. Yeah, sure. What was that lady? Oh, they're deporting citizens. No, they're not. They might be holding and arresting citizens because they're federal agents, and you do not obstruct federal agents. I like how Mandani thinks that he's above the president, that he is above federal law. You're a miserable senator compared to a president of the United States of America. His comments when he made after he won the election for mayor, he thinks that he has the power of the president. No. You're a cockroach. To make threats to our president, you must be stupid. You must be some special kind of stupid. Don't be threatening our president. What's wrong with you? You threaten our president, you're threatening over 85 million people. What is wrong with you? Roberto. That makes all the sense. That makes all the sense. Gavin Newscomb is Roberto's brother. Makes a lot of sense. Hey guys, so when somebody tries to brag about their name being called out on the chat, especially from me, I like to hit people with reality. You see, if I got 10 people watching here, that's enough for me. So when I see people that their egos are just getting way too stroked, they get punished and they get put in timeout. So, Mr. John James, we'll see you in a bit. All right, there you go. That's not much better. Guess who isn't in our communities? ICE. Because our jails work with them to get the worst first. No collateral illegals are getting picked up, but Democrats want ICE in their communities. Trump on the John, says Rock. Roberto liked that one. Huh? See, you liking it, huh? You liking it. Oh, man. Don't worry. He'll be back. He'll be back in 5 minutes. He just needs to stop being egotistical and start sharing a little bit of love for the people that we have here watching. All right? Let's see. Mr. Grifter, you say, huh? We'll see. We'll see. You don't get to see that yet. Let me see.
Our time is...
Who is behind the scenes here? Let's see. Zaran Mondani. Let's go. Okay. Shutdown. Democrats fire back, guys.
Stay down.
Okay, here we go, guys. We got Democrats fighting back. Finally. Something is happening. Healthcare now. If you guys get the hell out the way, we would have healthcare now. All right, here we go. We're going to put this up here. And there we go. Let's see. There we go. Let's go ahead and put this people on the spot here. CNN News. Let's see where we go.
Workers who are...
Hold on. Number one, I very much dislike this first character. I believe she's from Washington State, where I'm from. I can care less about this idiot. She is a very, oh my gosh. She is so anti-American, 100%, guys. All right, my American fellow Americans, be ready to listen to some punishment. It's our turn to be punished. All right, lame ducks like Rock and all you morons that support socialism, this one is for you.
Are furloughed and now announcing cuts to air travel at 40 major airports. Instead of negotiating, he's trying to bully us. And we are not...
So it's our fault, guys. It's our fault. Just off the bat, it's our fault. Yeah. Okay. Do all the shit that you do on our country and then blame us for it. That makes total sense.
Going to stand for it.
That's right.
On Tuesday night, the American people did their part. They came out and they voted overwhelmingly for progress to end Republican cruelty. They told us with their votes to keep standing up and to keep fighting for them. They did their part and we have to do ours now.
Now, when she says they, she's talking about illegal immigrants.
Have to save health care. That's been the crux of the fight from the beginning. And there are plenty of Republicans in the Senate and in the House who actually know that they have to save health care. They are saying it out loud that we can't afford health care premiums to double and triple so that people just don't use their health care at all and they are at risk of dying. So we can't continue to let Republicans just slash whatever they want in violation of what we in Congress authorize. And that's why Democrats have been holding the line and must continue to do so. We're still here in Washington, D.C., ready to negotiate. We've also been organizing food assistance for our constituents, listening to...
You haters are always drawn out by my lovely brother and sister patriots. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. I'm reading what you're saying about me. I appreciate it. Again, she's fighting not for Americans. She's fighting for illegal immigrants. Let me just remind you guys that American citizens should be priority right now. If you think that I'm lying, you guys already saw the video that I showed you from Mondani, right? So let me go ahead and see if I can replay this video again for your viewing pleasure. I think that we need to take things seriously if we're going to make a difference in our country. I don't lose complete hope, guys, because I still believe in God and that He has control of everything. But let's go ahead and play this moron here. And now, I think it's very important that you listen to him first, because I don't want you to think that I'm lying. I want you to understand that when I say that they fight for illegal immigrants, when I tell you that they are putting migrants before Americans, I want you to know that I'm telling you the truth. And therefore, I'm going to go ahead and play this little clip that I grabbed from his beautiful speech, which, by the way, he truly took his mask off because he won. Be ready, New York. I can't wait to see how great you become. But let's go ahead and listen to your leader. And for all you Democrats out there who want to celebrate this moron, I am actually going to enjoy you choking on that poison that you voted for.
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants.
And now?
And as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Woo! Let's go. Down with the citizens of America. Now that I got that out of my system, we can continue with the lies.
Story after story from families who can't pay their bills, families who are going hungry.
Wait a minute, Rock. I am a migrant. The difference is, as a migrant, I put American citizens first. It doesn't matter if I'm Hispanic. It doesn't matter what ethnicity I have. I stand for the law of the United States of America. And that is a big difference, moron. I stand to defend Americans' rights, not migrants' rights. American first. You want to fight with me and talk about all these migrant rights and human rights, and yet you don't respect the American citizen rights. Oh, there's a super chat. Man is not going to be... Oh, one more super chat and man is no longer the boss of this stream. Escape from New York, a Kurt Russell classic rated Mamon Dami. If you guys don't know what Mamon is, it's okay. You don't need to know. But all those illegal Hispanic immigrants in here, you guys know what that is. John James is one of those. He got some fake papers. Man, Berniel, you took off my thunder there, man. Oh, man. All right. I want to see Berniel. I think just a couple will do. And that you'll be on the line. Yesterday was Liberty for All. See, this is why you guys can't tear me down, man. I got too much support from real Americans. Let's see. Go here. All right, there you go. We must have lost it in there somewhere. But Berniel is our top boss. Like a boss. You know what? I should have some music, man, for that. Hold on, let me see if I can find a beat. Let me try a couple in here. Let me see. I'll stop once I find the right one. Hold on. Not that one. Definitely not that one. Let's see. How about Joel Lopez? There we go. Like a boss. Go Bernie. Go Bernie. Like a boss. That's it. You know what? Allow me, guys, to give thanks to my members.
Is he here, kid?
Like a boss. Woo, like a boss. This guy, what kind of stupid question is that? You don't know how business works? Of course you got to pay taxes. Oh, man, this guy. Thank you, Berniel. I appreciate your love. You know that. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and continue listening to these demo rats. I'm sorry, guys. If you're a Democrat, just so you know, let me make something very clear to you. If you're a liberal and you hear the word libtard, it's not you. Unless you're a libtard. If you hear the word Democrat, it's not you, unless you are a Democrat. All right? Just want to clear that out, guys. I want to clear that out. This channel has a lot of Democrats and Republicans in there. So I used to be one. I'm supporting Republicans today. But we all believe, I'm sure, that America is first, party is second. See, I believe patriotism is more important than loyalty. Okay? So we are not Trumpsters. We are Make America Great Again. Okay? Let me see. No, he's on there. Did I miss it? Hold on. Let me take a look real quick. Let me take a look. Oh, you know what? Oh, Trinity, thank you. No. That's the problem is that I didn't update it. That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Let me see if I can fix that in there. That's right. That's right. And then also, Laurie also joined yesterday. Oh, man, I thought I saved it. Oh, my bad. Well, how about this? You guys listen to this while I fix that.
Because of the cuts to SNAP. And yet these same constituents are saying to us, please do not fold without making sure that we can afford our health care. Because they understand that this fight is about their ability to live. So no, a promise of a failed vote or a promise of any vote later down the line is just not good enough. Trust has completely broken down because Republicans keep breaking their promises. The urgency is real. The premiums are rising now. Rural hospitals are closing now. Tens of millions of Americans are suffering now. So we need a real, tangible win that the American people will feel now. Not a promise to think about addressing a healthcare crisis in the future. Any deal must secure the extension of the ACA tax credits and ensure health care for the American people with agreement from the House, the Senate, and the White House. Full stop. We have the momentum. We have the support of the people because we are fighting for them, with them, and we can't give up without a real victory for the people. So I want to thank our Senate colleagues for standing strong, and I want to say the people have spoken. Stay strong and do not cave. It is now my honor to, just making sure our whip isn't here yet, she's going to be here in a minute, but it is now my honor to introduce the incredible Chrissy Houlihan, who many of you saw challenging Mike Johnson, demanding that he actually sit down and negotiate. Thank you so much, Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Representative Jayapal. My name is Chrissy Houlihan, and you probably don't hear me speak quite as forcefully as I did yesterday, but I come from just up the road, a purple district in Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia, that has just as many Republicans as Democrats in it. Those who know me understand that I am pragmatic, I'm typically cool-headed, and I'm typically quite collegial. And for the past 7 years, I've dedicated my efforts, first and foremost, to bipartisanship, because I really believe very much to my soul that in order for us to succeed, for our constituents, mine and everyone else's, that the people they send to D.C. must work together. It was never, ever optional until now. Legislating that really creative process requires that we work across the aisle. It requires that we reach across every single divide and that we navigate every disagreement to negotiate the very best possible available optimal solution for all of the American people. Is this a perfect system? Clearly it is not. Sometimes, in fact most times, the results aren't exactly what anybody wanted completely, but that's the messy reality of our democracy. It's a treasured process. And every single member of the Congress has promised, indeed taken an oath, to protect that process. Negotiation is a tool that Congress has deployed since America's founding. But right now, inexplicably in my opinion, the Republicans have refused to engage in it. And it's that stubborn refusal that is having catastrophic and life-threatening consequences. For the first time ever in my service here, Republicans have gone radio silent, which is in fact why with Mike Johnson in our current most recent exchange, and I like to think of it as a dialogue more than a confrontation, at his press conference yesterday, he reminded me and the American people that he has literally not sat down and talked to Democratic leaders since before the shutdown. Before the shutdown. Now on day 37. I reminded him that I have his phone number, I have Hakeem's phone number and Senator Schumer's phone number, and I'm happy to share that with him if for some reason he has a new phone. He and my Republican colleagues have done this radio silence apparently at the direction of their leadership. So instead of working with us, they are literally refusing our calls and refusing our asks for meetings, choosing instead to spend their time gaslighting the American.
I want to point out why they are not going to negotiate with them. Is because the only way that they will sit down to negotiate, according to Democrats, it's that they are going to get their way, and it's not going to happen. Everything needs to change. All right. Now let me clarify something here really quick. Where is? Oh man, did I close my account? I think I closed my account. All right, I have to reopen it again. All right, continue listening to her. But before you continue listening to her, I really appreciate my people. I really do. And give me a second here. We got to do this right. All right, appreciate you, Trinity. That's very well put, sis. All right, let's see. There you go. All right, thank you, my peoples. You guys are amazing. All right, let's continue with the show.
Public and creating and sowing even more division. They refuse to sit down with us, and they refuse to tell the American public the truth. They are lying to us about the one big beautiful bill and its draconian cuts. They are.
I want to mention number one. I'm sorry. I had to cut it off. I covered the big beautiful bill. Nothing in there is a lie. It is written in plain English, and English is my second language. I would think that these people know how to read better than me, hopefully. Maybe you understand better than me. But what they have put on there, the big filibuster that they were using during this hearing for the big beautiful bill, they were talking about giving all these illegal immigrants help. I know many of you on the other side of the aisle, you guys don't believe that illegals are getting help, but they are. They are. Okay? And the big beautiful bill took that off. Illegal immigrants and body able to work. That's why you have a lot of more people that came to work at least part-time. Okay? Some people don't understand those numbers, but that's why. And I'm going to try to find a clip of your favorite guy filibustering about the big beautiful bill.
Lying about employment and inflation figures and our stuttering and shuddering economy. They are lying about the actual price of gasoline and groceries and so much more. So it is really past time to bring both parties together and to negotiate an end to this shutdown. But there are things that we need to be able to negotiate that shutdown. We require a deal that actually addresses the healthcare crisis. Not that promises to think about addressing it down the road in 2 weeks with concepts of a plan. Sadly, at this point in time, even I say it's impossible to trust our Republican colleagues to honor their promises and their obligations because they have become unreliable narrators of facts. Each day of this shutdown has been brutal for our country, but Democrats have been here all along, and we're still here. We're still here to protect the health care for every American, and we're still here to protect our very democracy itself. So as I said, we will meet Speaker Johnson anywhere. I will meet with him anywhere. I left a message with his scheduler, and I'm happy to put him in touch with Leader Jeffries if he somehow has lost that number. I'm a fan of the Dr. Seuss and children's literature. In a house with a mouse and a roof and a car, I will meet him anywhere. I will eat green eggs and ham anywhere. So let me be clear, our votes and our position will not change. The healthcare crisis facing Americans must be addressed and addressed now. We are here to negotiate and to compromise now, and we ask Republicans to join us in doing the jobs that the American people have sent all of us here to do. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join you. I now get the opportunity to introduce the astounding, esteemed Whip, Catherine Clark.
And the best tactic is to hold all Americans and their benefits hostage so that they can get it their way. We use democracy. They voted for the big, beautiful bill. They audited, they edited, they amended it, they did all the kind of changes on it. It passed. Leave it alone. Go back to work. Stop lying to Americans that Republicans want to keep the government shut down. Just say the Republicans are voting to open up the government, but we don't want to open up the government because we're not getting our way. Stop telling all this bullshit that you want to negotiate. There's no negotiating. These guys are acting like terrorists. The American people are suffering and they don't give a crap. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, thank you, Chrissy Houlihan. We appreciate your dialogue with the speaker and the gentle reminder. And I am so grateful to Congresswoman Jayapal, to President Barrett for bringing us together, and to all my colleagues from both sides of the Capitol. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being in this fight. Republicans are hiding out when they should be here governing. But these leaders behind me, the leaders in our Democratic caucus, are fighting every day for a budget and a country that is worthy of our children. I really don't want to lose sight, and as all the speakers have pointed out, of what's really at stake. And with so many people that the Republicans are going after, American people, in honor of our retiring Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, I want us to think about the children of this country and the impact of them. It is children who are being asked to give up meals. It is children who are being asked to give up health care just to pay for the billionaire tax cuts. 13 million kids in this country don't get enough to eat. And what do the Republicans do? First,
sorry about that. I had to find the video, but I can't find the right one. So we're gonna play that one later and see if this is the one.
in the spring, they defunded food banks. They canceled thousands of shipments, 94 million pounds of food. Then they passed their budget and voted to cut SNAP by $186 billion. And then they went after even more. They withheld billions in SNAP funding. They weaponized hunger in this country. Money that was already appropriated by Congress to feed hungry people. They are using their hunger as a political weapon, taking food away from people so they can take away their health care too. Think about that. Think about that. They want to kick 1 million children off of Medicaid. They want to hike ACA premiums on another million. Their entire agenda is immoral. It's insidious, destructive to the very people they were sent to Congress to represent.
I want to make clear the reason why we are on this dilemma right now is because they opened the border, and now we have to clean up millions of illegal immigrants that came to this country. All these children that they're talking about, they're probably all illegal children, kids of illegal immigrants that are in school receiving free food in school. maybe even benefits for SNAP. Maybe they're getting welfare because they're children. Of course, the American people, we want to help people. But you don't create a problem and then blame somebody trying to fix your problem. That is their mess. They created that mess, not us. And so now we're going to look like we are the guilty people. We don't play that game. You can call me all you want and fake Christian and hypocrite, all this stuff. But the fact is, they created this hell, and now they're blaming us for cleaning up the hell they created. That's not how it works. You don't allow people to come in here and they blame us for trying to clean up your mess. That's not how it works. They don't have the economy to pay back the loan. Bruh, allowing 50 million illegal immigrants in here is not going to help, is it?
Republicans need to stop with the excuses and listen to their own constituents. I want to tell one story of Allison Chandra from Utah.
Who are the constituents? The illegal immigrants? Because that's the only constituents they're fighting for. They don't give a crap about American citizens. That much is clear. You want me to play the video from Mandani again? And they support him. And so do you.
Allison grew up in a conservative family. She was actually opposed to Medicaid. She embraced a lot of the talking points we're hearing from Mike Johnson and our GOP colleagues. And then Allison found out her son had a rare, threatening heart disease.
By the way, they just announced lowering prescription drugs from the Oval Office, and this lady right here, they get money of selling the government's crap to you and me. Well, not to us, because we're not getting it from them. But for those of you who depend on the government, they are making more money because of your dependence on them. They don't do it because they love you. They don't do it because they care about you, but that's because that's how they make their money. And that's why they don't care that Americans are suffering, as long as they're getting their money. I wish they were not getting paid. There's got to be some type of law that says that if you shut down the government, you don't get paid either. And then I want to see how much they're willing to sacrifice that.
She and her husband simply couldn't afford the treatment their son needed without Medicaid. 11 years later, her son is thriving because Medicaid saved his life. And Allison, at this time, when healthcare is threatened for millions and millions of Americans and millions of children, she wanted to share her story with her delegation. She described her meeting with her Republican senator as dismissive. He wouldn't even sit down at the table. He wouldn't take a seat and engage with her and her children. And her Republican representative in the House, he didn't take the meeting at all. He couldn't bother to meet an 11-year-old boy whose life was saved by the very program he was voting to dismantle, a program that covers 4 out of 10 children.
Tim, don't lie. I never came here illegally, and I never said that, you dumbass.
In this country. So Republicans can pretend, they can spin their story that they sit on the side of working families in this country. Ask them if they've talked to a mom like Allison. Ask them if they're ready to protect the resources that families need and count on. Ask them if they're ready to protect health care for kids in this country. And then ask them to come back to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Whip Clark, for your leadership and for our leaders' leadership in just holding strong and making sure we deliver for the American people. It's now a great honor to introduce the president of SEIU International, April Verrett, who has been such...
I bet you none of these people are suffering financially, nor health care, nothing. They are suffering nothing. And you idiot Democrats supporting these guys are hating Trump so much that you don't even see the truth hitting you right in the face. They have a lot of money. They still get their benefits. They're not suffering at all. You are, because you depend on the government. This is why we got to get rid of these people. They should be kicked out of office.
A champion whose members are on the streets every day demanding that we deliver for people.
Hello, it's really an honor to stand with these amazing leaders, these amazing women in our country who continue to go to work every day despite the shutdown of Congress to do what they were elected to do. And that is to be champions for the people. And I'm so proud to be with them and to send a clear message that the 2 million members of SEIU stand with them, determined to make sure we don't leave behind the 16 million Americans who are staring down the loss of their health care in the face. Let's not forget these.
As they are actually ones blocking it, by the way.
16 million that stand to lose Medicaid coverage are mainly children, like the 11-year-old that Whip Clark just talked about. They are mainly older Americans. They are mainly people living with disabilities. And not just the 16 million that will lose their Medicaid coverage, but the 22 million that in the last week have received notices that their healthcare premiums are going up by an average of 75%. 75% more to be able to take care of yourself and your children and have access to health care. It's simply not right. And what we have seen the courageous members of the Democratic caucus do over the last, how many days is it? 37 long days, say we will not be bullied, we will not bow down, we will not bend a knee, because they are here for the 16 million and the 22 million. And
I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you something. If they were not taking pay, if they were also being affected by the health care, if they were really sacrificing something, I'll be on their side. But the only thing that they're sacrificing is not really a sacrifice, because they're sacrificing you. It's not their sacrifice. Their sacrifice, you are the sacrifice. So we cannot follow along with these idiots. If they have a problem with policy, you work at it. You vote. If you lose, shut the hell up. You don't punish the American people and call it that you're making this great sacrifice, because it's not doing anything to them. Now, for some of people that come into my chat and talk shit about Mike Johnson, he actually donates his salary. He's done more for this country than you poor souls will ever do. That's the truth. You keep believing these lies. You keep believing the person that says, oh, I'm willing to sacrifice Americans. Of course, because it's not them. How about they put themselves in there as well, and then I'll give you the right. Then I believe that you're right. But they're not. Look at your little fancy coat on. You know what the difference is with Republicans and the Democrats right now? The Republicans are actually voting to reopen the government. They are voting no to keep you hostage until they get what they want. It's not for you, the people. It's what they want. You see, what they want, it's not really to give you health care. It's not really to even give you SNAP. What they want is a victory against the orange man. And that's it. Let's be clear. They hate this orange man so bad that they are willing to sacrifice you like sheep, and they feed you to the wolves as long as the Cheeto man gets hurt, as long as they get a win against them. What is the first thing that Mandani said when he took off that face mask, that he had that bullshit hypocritical face mask that he had on once he won? President Donald Trump, I know you're listening. You're watching. I got 4 words for you. Really? Number 1, you threatened the President of the United States of America. You got no respect from me. I feel the way I feel because of what I see, not because of what they tell me to believe. When I see a Democrat and a Republican arguing about some bill, that's their job. An administration has won. Let it be clear that this shutdown is what helped them win the election. This is no coincidence. They did this to take advantage of people's emotions. What Newscom is doing in California on Prop 50. They are cheating. There is not one Republican chair. How can you sit there and vote? Where is your democracy belief? I thought you socialists and libtards out there believe in democracy. So where is it? Where is the democracy? I want to know. Where is the democracy? Obama went off on Republicans back in 2013. Where is your democracy? He said you don't shut the government down and put the Americans in jeopardy. You go to work. It's what you do. You go to work. Why do you believe those lies? I don't understand. You come over here and call us liars, and you tell us that we're brainwashed, but we see it. They can't come in here and say how much this hurts them. It doesn't hurt them jack squat. It reminds me of the BLM. Black Lives Matter, they say. In the meantime, just the people that founded the Black Lives Matter are the ones benefiting, but the black Americans are over there in the same shithole. I am ashamed to even say that I was a Democrat before. I can't stand by them anymore. If you are a Democrat, a real Democrat right now, leave that party. Because they abandoned us a long time ago.
Millions of others who will not be sacrificed at the altar of Donald Trump. They will not be sacrificed at the altar of billionaires who don't need another dollar, but who can't seem to accumulate enough of them. And so we are determined to say, stick with this fight, because righteousness, morality is on our side. Yes. We are doing the work we are called to do, to stand with and for the people of this country. And we sent a real loud and clear message on Tuesday. This is our country. This is our democracy. And you gotta come see us. You gotta come see us. And so, thank you all for being here today to help us send this message. Republicans, show up. Do your job. Protect people, right? Everyone.
They're protecting Americans, not just people. Americans first. I will say that 1,000 times. Americans first. Period.
That is elected has a constituent in their district that is being sacrificed in this moment. And it's not okay. And so let's come together as a country and do what we know is right. But they got to show up to work first, right? And so thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing us the space. And we stand in solidarity with all.
Lady, go get a better wig.
All of you. And let's end this shutdown. But let's do it the right way. Thank you.
End the shutdown, but let's do it the right way. Yes, voting is called doing it the right way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to all of these incredible leaders, and we're happy to take questions for anybody, including our whip of our caucus.
Melody, you're a Karen. You're a compromised, emotional woman. You don't know what common sense is if it hits you in the face.
Yeah, your
colleagues, your progressive colleagues, AOC and Bernie Sanders, have recently talked about how the establishment and the old guard have been undercutting the future of the Democratic Party, the younger generation. On the heels of Nancy Pelosi announcing that she's retiring, should other members of the old guard, perhaps like Leader Schumer, step aside as well?
We're really focused on ending the shutdown and preserving healthcare. I'm happy to talk to you about that later. But the reality is we've got something really critical that is happening right now. People across this country are hungry, and we need to make sure that we are continuing to stand strong.
Hey, I didn't say nothing wrong about the wigs. I said the one that she has is horrible. I'm about to use a wig. And if you guys make fun of me when the air blows my hair back and starts flapping because my wig didn't get glued the right way, I don't care.
As the House Democratic Caucus has been doing, as the Senate Democratic Caucus has been doing, and we want to continue that because I think Trump said it perfectly on yesterday. He said that the American people understand who's responsible for this crisis. So let's end it by negotiating and getting a deal that preserves health insurance premiums and the ability to cancel all these cuts.
Shut up, lady. They have had decades to bring prescription drugs prices down. They received millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to allow Big Pharma to rip you off. They've had all this time to make housing available and affordable. They didn't do shit. They have been dividing this country for decades. You think that we're just talking about what we talk about because we found out something today? We've been living in this freaking country with our eyes open, and we see what they're doing. You want change? Stop voting for the same filth. You guys went from, oh, I want change in New York, and you went from voting for a Democrat that made a mistake. I get it. But at least he was a Democrat, an actual Democrat. Whether you like him or not, Cuomo is actually a Democrat. And you wanted to make a change. So you voted for communism. Yeah, you think socialism is not communism, just wait. You're still socialist, but that guy is a communist. And just wait when he tells you that you cannot have that food in there. Hey, by the way, guys, I got two announcements. One, I want to thank you for coming into my channel to visit here. I want to thank you for your support, for your great comments, even the faithful haters that I get every day. You are the ones that make my numbers go above 10. So thank you for your support and your love. The other announcement, which is greater, it's good news for illegal immigrants. Now you can go to New York, where the state and the city is ran by immigrants. It is fortified by immigrants, and it was built on immigrants. So all illegal immigrants, New York is the place to be. And if you are like Güero with some horrible crime history, you are also welcome. Don't worry, they're about to free a bunch of prisoners from jail. Everybody, all illegal immigrants, all criminals, go to New York. I don't say come to Washington because when we get in office, we are going to make sure criminals pay the price with time for their crime. And we're going to make sure illegal immigrants are not welcome in the state of Washington state. However, we will fight for a lot of illegals that have been in this country from before the year 2000 and that have proven themselves to actually be America lovers, that have actually proven that they look for the interest of the American people, thus looking for their own interest. You see, the way that things work in life, right now you're looking at us helping Argentina. You're looking at us helping Venezuelan. And you say, well, what happened to your America First? Well, first of all, we are helping them because we're going to get some oil. We're going to get some rare earth minerals. We're going to get an ally, a friend, a true friend. So that's why we do it. See, when you're a migrant, then what you're supposed to do is not lined up with the empty heads, that social libtards that we have in this country. What you want to do as a migrant is, hey, I'm a migrant. Thank you for allowing me to be in this country. Now I got a temporary visa. I'm going to go back and forth and travel. I love America. I want to be part of the American system. I want to apply for a green card. I love America. I love America. It's what you do. You know why? You know why you have to be respectful? You know why you have to honor the American people? Because if you're trying to be one of those American people, what you're really fighting for is a very selfish reason. And this is the selfish reason that I respect and defend this country, and I love American citizens. Because my goal at one point became to be an American citizen. And a lot of migrants and a lot of illegal immigrants look at me and they call me traitor and a sellout because I am 100% for the United States of America and Americans only. They call me a sellout. They call me a coconut, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a shit. What I know is the same principle that Martin Luther King was teaching the black people. Learn to forgive, because when we win the fight, when we get to the goal that we have put in front of us, when we reach that goal, we have to work and live together. And all those benefits for those Americans will also be our benefits. So for all you morons that have no wisdom, you got all the smarts for nothing. You got no wisdom. You got all this knowledge, but you don't understand it. That's the problem with America right now. I don't even know if Melody really is an American. But Melody is one of those people that has some knowledge, but got no wisdom. They don't understand what the hell they're fighting for. I have a goal. I'm honest. I am fighting for the American people. Why? Because my children are American people. Doesn't matter what happens to me in this life. Once I'm gone, but I want to make sure that this country stays great for my children, for their children, not for migrants, not for people that break the law, not illegal migrants, not for people that break the law and commit crime. I want them to live in a crime-free country. And if it's not achievable, we're going to fight till our last dying breath. That's it. Very simple. It's a big difference. Frank Mendes knows what I'm talking about. But he doesn't understand it. No wisdom. You got to fight for wisdom. Let's move forward here to the next liar. Not that lady again. Oh, please, Lord. Give me patience. No, the same bull crap. I don't have patience for that. Man, I need something fresh. I need to recharge. Need to recharge. President Donald Trump, do it like a boss. And by the way, Berniel is the boss of this stream chat.
Is he here, kid?
Like a boss. If you are new to my channel, thank you for joining me. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for saying hello. And let's be clear. America always first. Now, if you come into my channel, you want to ask questions, I will try not to insult you, but what I ask is don't insult me, because then I have no respect for you, okay? I try to love everybody, but sometimes people need to get a spanking, and I know how to recognize when people need a spanking, okay? So, with that being said, you got to know, if you are here for the first time, this is what I do for a living. Yes, I took a big major pay cut for doing this for a living, but nonetheless, it's still job, still work. Got to do research, got to study things. I got to look here, got to do that. I got to set up my stuff. I got to edit. I got to direct. I got to speak. My experience in life, I have been a radio talk host for the Hispanic community, specifically for the Christian community. Yes, I am not a pastor anymore. I don't have the patience, nor do I believe that I fit the requirements anymore to be a pastor. I don't have the patience that it takes. I don't have what it takes to be a pastor right now. Now, if the Holy Spirit and God wants to change that, that'll be a different thing. So, hey, Canucks, there's some chaka for you, my friend. So don't think that I'm a perfect Christian. If you don't believe I'm a Christian, don't worry about it. You don't have to believe that. But what you do have to know is that I follow the law. I believe in honesty. Family is a big priority, but God is always first. You understand that? So the United States of America, because my children are American and they are in this country, you are all of those who respect the law, all of those who honor this country and American citizens and residents, and even those migrants that have no rights as the residents and the citizens do yet, even those, because they respect the law and they love this country and its people, you are also an extension of my family. You don't want it, I don't care. I don't want to surround myself with negative people, with hateful people. I want to surround myself with people that love this country and its people and that are looking for the best of the future of this great nation. Whether you like it or not, it makes no difference to me at all. Ken, praise God, my friend. Amen. Roberto Vasquez, being an immigrant in this country as well, says that I need to be more educated. So go ahead, educate me. One simple lesson would be nice. Show me what you got. Uh-oh. Karen. No, anyone who are not a pastor who follows and preaches the scriptures, I know a lot of people who will never sit in your pews. Melody, I don't give a shit. Your opinion is useless. I don't take it at all. So keep that shitty opinion to yourself. I already said why I'm not a pastor. See, like I said, people get the knowledge, but they don't understand it. She got no wisdom. She learned nothing from what I just said. I'm not a pastor because I'm not fit to be a pastor. It's that simple. I'm still hopeful by the grace of God. I'm still hopeful that the sacrifice that Jesus Christ made for me is enough for me to be saved. I'm not out there committing I'm not fornicating. I'm not adultering. I'm not stealing from anybody. I'm not jealous or envious of anybody. And if I ever say that I'm jealous about what your future or your success is, I'm being sarcastic. I am very happy for people to be successful. I don't covet that my neighbor's wife. I find it repulsive. There are some people that I cannot be friends with because they're dirty. That's just the way it is. Even when I wasn't even all there with God, I always told co-workers that always wanted to go hang out with me and have a beer. My number one rule was this. I'm a married man. If you're going to go to the bar with me, let's go shoot some pool, grab a couple of pints, be responsible, let's chill, have fun. But if you're going to go to pick up girls, don't go with me. And you know what? Never fails. There's a lot of drunk women that anybody can take advantage of. And I said, you know what? I told you. You go ahead and find the right home. I'm out. Because I don't care about people that want to sin, willfully sin, go do that. Leave me out of it. I want no part of it. I want to hang out with people that will make me better. I'm not criminalizing immigrants. I am calling them illegal immigrants, which they criminalize themselves by breaking federal law. That is a crime. Working in this country without a permit to work, it's a crime. Deportable crime and banned at that. Meaning you don't get to ever come back to this country. Happens a lot to Russians, Canadians, happens to everybody. Frank Mendes, hatred is not of God. I don't hate. I don't hate people. I hate their actions. See, God loves everybody, but he doesn't love the sin. And when you choose to see, to breathe and be in sin, well, God doesn't like that. So he doesn't look at you. The only reason why he ever knows that you're there anymore is because his grace, is because of Jesus Christ. And that is the only reason why you have a right or an opportunity to ask for forgiveness. We watched a video just now with President Trump and some people in the Oval Office. One of the older guys collapsed. You don't know. You don't know when you're going to go. You can be sitting there thinking, oh, you know what, I got the rest of the world, the rest of the time in this world. You don't know. You don't know when your last moment is. I know so many people that say, well, you know what, well, the day that I'm dying, that's when I'm gonna ask for forgiveness. That's the day that I'm going to accept Lord Jesus as my Lord and Savior. That's the day that I'm going to do this. That's the day. And then all of a sudden, bam, gone. In the blink of an eye. We're never even given the opportunity to say, Father, forgive me, for I have sinned. Not one. You will have no opportunity to ask for forgiveness. VS, welcome, my friend. I see you. You're welcome back. Yeah. God bless Israel. God bless Israel. Linda says, yeah, don't wait to ask for forgiveness, even from your parents. Linda, what I believe is, I'm going to tell you a story. There was a child. He was his father's favorite. Now, this child was innocent, came into this world, didn't ask for violence, didn't ask for anything, to be honest, didn't even ask to be born. But nonetheless, there was this child who was his father's favorite. He was to inherit all the riches and treasures that he had accumulated throughout his whole life of working, hard working. Unfortunately, the older brothers of this child were jealous. They didn't like him. They would pick on him. And eventually, they sold him into slavery. You see, this child grew up as a slave, but God was with him. In the moments where he had nobody to support him, nobody to love him, and as a slave, he really had no chances in his life. But he believed in God, and God favored him. Before you know it, he was no longer a slave. He became somebody's servant. He worked hard as a servant. He was always faithful. There was false testimony raised against him. God delivered him from punishment because he was always just and right. Got traded to another master. This master appreciated his hard work. He's still a servant. Meanwhile, the father of this child was brokenhearted, almost died of sorrow and sadness. And the brothers felt guilty about what they did to the little brother. And they asked and cried to God and asked for forgiveness, but they couldn't receive it because their little brother was gone. The years go by. This little brother has become the most powerful man of this great city. And they came and they were asking for food because there was a famine on the land. They brought a lot of treasures from their father. You guys already know the story if you're a Christian. When he saw that it was his brothers and that he was the one that was going to give them the help they needed, he already knew in his heart that he was going to give them everything that he could. You see, he had already forgiven them. But the moment for they to receive that forgiveness themselves, they had to have the chance to ask for forgiveness. And he punished them a little bit until he couldn't take it anymore. Such a great story if you know the moral of the story. Well, they found out that the king, so to speak, that leader that was helping them graciously, was actually the little brother that they never knew that they will come across again. And they were able to ask for forgiveness, and they embraced themselves, and they sobbed, they cried of sadness, anger, resentment, all emotions just put into one little tear. And that's how they got rid of that. The brothers asked for forgiveness, and of course, they were already forgiven, but they had to get that chance. What a wonderful story. The father was brought in. And by the way, this was in Egypt. Unfortunately, the sins of people always come back because they don't want to listen to God. But the Hebrews, they actually spend a lot of time happy in Egypt, and they fell into slavery for hundreds of years. The moral of the story is that you think that you're giving somebody a chance by allowing them to be criminals. But in reality, the only people that get blessed, the only people that God cares about are those that do his will. And if you're breaking the law, that is not God's will. If you are ignoring the advice of people that love you and you still want to commit crimes, that's not what God wants. And if you go into a foreign land and they ask you if you are legal and you lie, that is not God's plan. If you have to hide from what you're doing, you're not doing God's will. If you have to hide from what you are doing, you are guilty of being bad. And that's not what God likes. So before you come and preach to me about how I'm supposed to love my neighbor, how do you show your neighbor that you love them? You show them kindness, and then you tell them the truth. If they accept it, fantastic. But if they don't, that is their punishment that's coming after them. Some Karen came here and got mad at me because I defend ICE. 100% I defend ICE. Their job is hard. 8,000% people are violent, assaulting ICE federal agents. And then they wonder why they get slammed on the ground. They wonder why a woman is thrown to the ground. They wonder why they have to put the knee on the back of a big guy resisting arrest. They don't understand. I have seen ICE agents arresting people that do not resist arrest. They peacefully get their handcuffs and they get put in the back of the car. But those who resist arrest and fight, they get punished. All right, MMA, you got my attention. Let me see what you got. Oh, man. I give people a chance. And look how stupid this guy is. You're slowly losing your mind. You are simply not fit. What? How the hell is that supposed to help me? How does that help? Wait, because Jesus said take that woman down? No, because she asked to be taken down. Jesus didn't force her to resist arrest. She asked to be taken down. All right, so I will allow you to stick around if you want to have a conversation. But if you're just going to come here and be an asshole, I am not that kind of Christian. Bye, Jake. All right, let me see. Pop says, bro, get another hobby. What are you doing with your life? I don't know. What are you doing with your life? Why are you in my feed? Rock has been hanging by a thread. But Ross Hurst, he is dancing on your grave, Jake. Well, now I'm going to be laughing because he got kicked. All right, we're going to give Rock one more chance in here to change that behavior. Supporting a sexual predator is a sin. Raising false testimony against your neighbor is also a sin. And the punishment is the exact same punishment of that sin that you accused them of without proof. Now shut the hell up before you condemn yourself, you moron. Anybody else wants to tell me that we're over here defending a pedophile? If you are, replay what I just said. Who's here? Who's here? I know Ira's not here. All right. DOA says, what did you say? Oh, man, I lost it. Greg says, why don't you come to Los Angeles and dress as a construction worker, man, and walk on the streets and suddenly ICE agents stop you just because the way you look? So, Greg Garcia, I am assuming you look Mexican. You know what I'm going to do as an ICE agent? Let me see your papers. When you have a crisis, a national security crisis, if you are a citizen or a resident, what I expect you to do is to show your damn papers. Very simple. Very simple. I have been asked before to show papers. I have my green card with me with my license so that they can scan it and run it in the system. Stop playing the victim. Don't bring this racist victim card here. It doesn't work with me, okay? Be a real American, be a real resident, alien green card holder, and show your damn papers. And stop fighting the federal government that's trying to clean up the streets. Prove to them that you are legal in this country, and then say something. Okay, Rock, have a good one, bud. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. We'll give you 24 hours. I have been very kind in my channel with many people. David Fuentes, I'm going to assume that you are new to my channel. Due process means you get to show your case. You get to be represented if you need it. And then there's a judgment. So what do you think due process means for illegal immigrants? I want you to tell me what that means. Do you believe that you have a chance to provide documentation that says that you are legal to be in this country? Or do you believe that you get due process to see if a lawyer can convince the courts that you should have papers? A or B? Go ahead and explain to me what the due process is for illegal immigrants. And so why would a citizen that respects the law, that is here legally, why would he need due process? There you go. Ken gave you the answer. Now, if I say, let's make it very, I like it when people use your brain. I like it. You're using your brain. Let me give you a scenario here really quick. All right. So illegal immigrants, to me, illegal immigrants, the only due process they have is, okay, are you here legally or illegally? I'm here legally. Show me your papers. Yeah, all right, thank you. No, you don't have permission to be in this country. Well, the due process is you get deported right now because you don't have papers to be in this country. Now you can say, wait a minute. I want a judge to look at that. And what do? We have migration judges. The judge is going to say, sir, do you think we're stupid? You are illegal in this country. Why are you requesting due process when you know that you are illegal? It makes no sense. Now, if you are illegal and you kill somebody in a DUI, your punishment should be at least 25 years in jail, and when you get out, you get deported. You know what happens here in sanctuary cities? There was an illegal immigrant, killed a state patrol officer on the freeway. They took him to the court. You know what happened to him? He was drunk, by the way. DUI. They knew he was illegal, and they dismissed his case. Why do you think that is? And why do you think that we get so pissed off about the system that we have right now? That officer, that state patrol, will never get to see his family, and his family will never get to see that state patrol officer. And the illegal immigrant gets released? I don't think so, homie. I don't think so. Due process should have put his ass in jail for 25 years, and then he would have been deported. Oh, man. All right. How about a good one? No comment. Get the hell out of my chat, bro. If you got nothing good to say, get out of my channel. If you are not pro the United States of America and Americans first, get off my channel. This is my job, to tell you the truth, to try to explain from an immigrant's point of view that actually followed the law and became an American citizen because he actually loved this country, to tell how every other immigrant should behave. And for those moronic Americans or green card holders that want to allow illegal immigrants to come to this country, you guys are a cancer and need to be eradicated. You will do us a favor. You will do us a favor if you leave this country. Robert, have a good one. Bye, Roberto. Let's see. Those girls, those women from the Epstein files will never be the same again. What do we do about that? Number one, PJ, if they lied, if there's no proof, you don't do shit about it. It's that simple. If the courts didn't find them guilty, he's not guilty. Now, because you think he's guilty, we should give you the punishment of what you think he's guilty of. Okay. Due process. So, if you didn't commit a crime, you didn't kill nobody, you didn't get caught stealing, and you are an illegal immigrant, ask yourself a question. Let's see. Valentin, I feel sorry for this guy. All your descendants must be ashamed of you. Oh, Valentin. Yeah, you know what? It was nice for you to come by, bro. It was very nice of you to come by. Have a good one, bud. Thanks for stopping by my channel. Go find a Democratic crazy channel to go compare your stupidity with. Okay? Have a good one. All right. With that being said, yeah, no, not today. Not today. Today I'm not feeling that generous because I want people to give me some information. Any Mouse says, "Do you hate illegal?" No. Do you hate legal immigration too? No, I don't. Thanks for the question. That's actually a legit question. I love migration. That's a good thing. Now, back in the time before, we became the United States, when the natives, let's say, were roaming these Americas, people used to get shot if they came into the wrong territory. Number one, we don't do that anymore. Now, people used to migrate for needs. This is before government was established. Now, Mexicans wave the Mexican flag, and they're proud of it, and I'm proud of them. By all means, wave the Mexican flag in Mexico. Be proud of your territory. Be patriotic to your nation. See, patriotic comes from the word patria, which means nation or native land to you and your descendants. That's how I understand it, by the way. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe. We like migration. Legal migration is great. But as my friend Marco Rubio put it best, mass illegal migration, it is a catastrophic problem for any country. Just ask England, ask the UK, go ask France, go ask Italy, go ask all these Western countries that, by the way, are supposedly Christian countries. The one thing that I will never accept in here, and this is the why I don't respect people that come over here and tell me, oh, you're not a Christian. Oh, Proverbs this, Proverbs that. Oh, this. Shut the hell up. You are destroying this country with stupidity. Our times have changed. We have borders. We have a duty. We got to separate government from religion sometimes. Our moral values is what keeps us to be good people. The moment you make excuses for criminals to do what they do, you have no moral values. Let me see. Dirty Money says, common sense party can get out. We don't want you here. You hear that? Let's see. This country was built on immigration. Get that straight. No. I know. Even Trump made this mistake sometimes. Let me tell you the difference between citizens and migrants. Migrants come to this country for a job, for an opportunity. Citizens hire migrants because they need labor. It is the citizens that build this country. Yeah, sometimes a foreign architecture, but nonetheless, the business is being built here in the United States of America. I will not deny that there is a lot of skills from all over the world, and we need those workers. We need skilled workers here. If we don't have them in the States, of course, we want people to migrate here, fill those jobs, and bada bing, bada boom. Good. But illegally, no. It doesn't matter how bad we need the labor. We're not going to go back in time to slavery days. That's not going to play, homie. We need business held accountable. How do we hold them accountable? By taxing them? No. By giving them breaks. Thanks for the sub. By giving them breaks so that they can keep people employed with a good wage. If they cannot afford a living wage, and then give them benefits. That is what we want. Illegal immigrants do not make this country great. Let's be clear. They do a half-assed job because they don't care. They don't come to this country to see what they can give to this country. They come to this country to see what they can get out of it. I'm going to give you one example, and a lot of people just don't see it. President Donald Trump is a billionaire. Okay. He's in the White House. He demolishes the left wing. He is building a big, beautiful ballroom. We'll probably call it Big Balls. Like, whatever. And it's costing over $300 million, I believe. Not $1 is coming out of the taxpayers' money. That, my friends, is doing something without getting something in return. Now, can he make this money back? Absolutely. He's a businessman. Do you think that once they finish this ballroom and he brings more billionaires and rich people in there, you think he's not going to make money? Of course. As he should. He's not stupid. I wouldn't be happy if he didn't make money. Do you think that the tickets will be cheap? Of course not. Of course not. They're going to make that money back. And if we let Mexican presidents or governors or rich Mexican people in here, they're paying for the wall. Man, I try to keep it serious. Let's see. That's right, Just. Let's take a look here. Let me see what else we got. George, what do you got? George says, that's an awesome point, chat. Speaking of balls, why do you support child castration, Melody? Yeah, man, speak the truth, guys. Let me hear the Democrats. Do we have Democrats in here? We got to have at least 3 or 5 in here. Maybe 43. Please, Democrats, socialists, liberals that support the blue side right now. Here, please, tell me right now, what are the benefits Democrats are giving American citizens only? What are the benefits that Democrats are giving American citizens only? Let's read a couple of more. T-44, it benefited the U.S. To allow people to walk across the border. That's a lie. That's why the border was never closed. That's a lie. Boy, I can't wait to use that ballroom since it's in the people's house. Well, you're not invited. You got to have permission, my friend. And only the higher powers in the executive office can give you that privilege. So no, it's not your house. Let's be clear. The White House is not our house. It is the president's house, and that's it. It's not our house. Don't be selfish, you bastards. You gave nothing to build that White House. And you coming in here and disrespecting the American citizens, definitely not your house. Not even my dog's house is your house. Well, you don't even deserve that dog's house either. Poet King says, let's move forward. I got some marshmallows for the New York war, says Nicholas. Oh, bro. I hope New York is not that doomed, bro. I'm going to talk shit about Mondani, but I hope that New York doesn't suffer that much. Okay. Let's see. Biggest problem in America. Let's see. David Fuentes. Weird that you're calling others snowflakes, yet prop up a position that calls words violence, action violence, inaction violence, silence being violence, unless it's agreeance. Let's see. Our new oligarchs. Oh, geez. We have an AOC Bernie Sanders fan in the house. Our new oligarchs definitely want slavery. Well, they're all in the Democratic Party, just so you know. Play with somebody else. We see where this is going. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm assuming that you are not against me. So you are allowed to stay in this house. All right, why does that logo look similar to the World Economic Forum? What logo are you talking about? Let's see, Stock Accord. David Fuentes, you have no brains. There is no course to a strike. Yeah. All right, PJ, let's get PJ some time here. Let's see. Boy, I can't wait to party in the ballroom and fly around the world in the brand new $400 million jet. It's not for you, again. It's for the president. It's for the Army, the Air Force. They should rename it to the Orange House. Nah. The Big Cheeto House. No. You guys keep thinking. I like where you're going with this. AOC has crazy eyes, and she is actually posing for the new picture of the Jackass logo for the Democrats. Yeah, she's pretty close, guys. It's like a whole transformation. Move to Cali, repubs. Nah, man, we're not moving there. We need Bernier to be governor down there first, and then we'll move to California to support. Let's see. Okay, Marvin, nothing. We love immigrants, and they are awesome. But if you Democrats, you are so misinformed. Yeah, I agree. All right, Batman. Let's see what you got today. This man is a disgrace. Oh, Jesus. Help me, Lord. Please. He's supposed to be a servant of the people, but he only serves himself. Yeah, that's exactly what I've been watching. Yeah. That is exactly what I've been watching. Yep. Good comment. Let's see. All right. You guys are boring me. You guys are boring. Sorry, Patriots. These haters are not as alive as they used to be. We love Orange, that's for sure. We love our Cheeto Man. Let's go. Look at him dancing for you. You know what? Let's play it, guys. Let's play it. Hit it, Don. He's the boss. Hey, to my Patriots, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate all the love. So you guys keep enjoying this for another minute or so. This is for you guys. All right, awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today, guys. My love goes out to all of you guys. It's time for my break. I've been on here since, just so you guys know, last night I went to sleep around 3, trying to get some content put together for you. I had to listen to a bunch of boring speeches from both sides of the aisle, and I've been up since 5 in the morning. So, yeah, I need a break. Need to go shower. Trying to get some breakfast. It's way late for me, guys. I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for your support. I mean that. And so I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and then I'll come back later tonight, I guess. All right? You guys enjoy the last jam that I'm going to play for you guys. There you go.